Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. I am not half panicked and horribly behind because my computer decided to crash and be stupid right at the moment I was getting set up. But it's one of those days. But we got a couple minutes to settle in. I will turn the fan off because I'm sure it's very loud. Keeping cool. Getting my makeup. If I get through this night without staining what I'm wearing, it's going to be a joke. It's going to be a miracle, I mean. The book is a joke, is what I was saying. Because it was occurring to me, as I was trying to recall where we are, that I could say something in my headcanon / conspiracy theories about what's really happening in 50 Shades to Make It Better series in my head. I could say exactly something that I said about the Mr. series that would be true about the girl in that one. Is her name Alicia? Lisa? Something like that. But if I were a conspiracy theorist and I was trying to like change the story to make it better, the Nicole Kidman Matthew Broderick movie Birthday Girl that I applied to Alessia in the Georgia scene, if it's the way I remember it, and which is the way that it was originally written, and they haven't changed it too much, meaning they will. I could say the same thing here. From this point forward, I could say that about Anastasia and her mother. Though I am still laughing at the fact that her mother somehow lost one of her husbands between the telling and the retelling of this story, because, as I said, I looked it up. In the original, she is confirmed to be on her 5th marriage, and in this one, there's only 4. So, it also in this one says she stayed with the stepfather that Anastasia likes for 16 years, whereas, again, in the first one, by Anastasia's own accounting, they were only together for like 2 years. So, yeah, book cannot remember its own things. It's been alternating between being way too cold in here and being way too warm in here for the past 10 days. That's because Mother Nature keeps changing her mind. It's nice and warm for a couple days. Then it snows. Then it's warm. Then it snows. Then we got thunder showers with freezing rain last night. Now it's warm again today. For some reason, I'm getting a really strong smell of weed, and it's not mine. This is disappointing. I mean, tomorrow is 420. Hi, Sathael. Hi, Nightwolf. Tomorrow is 420. How funny is it that Easter falls on 420? Though it's a great day to be 420 because, lots of chocolate and marshmallow peeps and other things you like to eat while stoned. So I'm going with good. I have the bunny tail nearby. I couldn't be wearing it because, But I just realized I forgot to put my tie on. It's because I wasn't sure if I was going to wear the ears or not, but then I remembered that after I wore the ears last time, Thomas got a hold of them, and they are no more. There, I think with the tie on YouTube will not kill me on this outfit. But we shall see. Only thing that sucks about a new headset, the wire is still all kinky and coiled up from being stuck in your bag for so long. That's a good picture, Nightwolf, on your Discord. I know who everyone in that is. Yeah, Willie Nelson, Bob Marley, and I believe that's Cheech and Chong. Yeah, they hooked up with Zach on the Try Guys for Zach does a smoke show where he tries out different strains with famous people, and they were on it a couple times, I think. All right, all rise for the national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay! All right. Hello, everyone. We have our special Easter outfit on. Okay, just so everyone can take one screenshot, get your buttons ready. Here's what it looks like without the tie, okay? Yes, my boobs look like Easter eggs. If I pop out of this, nipple shows at any point, please tell me. But I've got things pretty tucked. And I'm hoping the tie helps. And yeah, I was gonna wear the bunny ears, but then I remembered that Kitty went a little seek and destroy on them, and he won. You know, he keeps those claws sharp for a lot of reasons, not just to smack around the dog. It's mostly to smack around the dog. No, that and shredding my shower curtains. He goes through about 4 a year. I don't know what they ever did to him, but he likes to just cut them off like right if the side of the tub is here, that's like right where he cuts them off. But he does it in pieces and leaves big holes. You know, he's a brat. He's definitely trying to figure out how to escape to the other side balcony. There's like one spot. The new divider is low enough to the ground that he can't get under it because he tried and he got stuck. And I had to save his fat fuzzy butt. Then of course he pretended he wasn't stuck and that never happened and you never saw that. But there's a corner where there's just enough space that I think he can wiggle his fat butt through. So we're gonna have to do something about that as soon as I figure it out. I was looking at how much we burn this. It still smells like burnt. Like it really, yeah, it still smells like wood and burnt. Oh, and we're starting right off with baby talk. I swear I wasn't. I'm trying so hard not to do a voice when we do the baby talk shit because it's so badly written, and like I have to remind myself, El James has kids, so theoretically she's heard what a 3 or 4 year old sounds like. They don't sound like this, and they don't talk that much. I know. He also, when I'm in the shower, he likes to sit on the side of the tub between the two because the inner one is clear. And so when the shower drops, the water drops go down it, he's like, mine, mine, mine. I got it. It's mine. It's mine. And then sometimes he forgets to keep his butt on the side and he falls in. And then I have a wet cat trying to scramble out of the tub, but he's too fat and his paws are slipping because it's wet. And then he winds up huddled in the corner, mewing like a kitten, going, help me, help me, help me. He can still sound like a real baby kitty. And he gives you the big kitten eyes, too. And you forget that he's a big fat fur ball. I forgot to introduce the ducks. Letting me down. Okay, we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo Sally, Bill Xavier, Eloise Pongo, Mitch Sasu, Bob with 2 B's, Sasha Bartholomew, Alex, and Chuckles. I got that right without looking. Yay me. We have 6 ducks remaining in this bag. They have never seen freedom. They are trapped in this bag for all eternity until they are sponsored. Link should be at the top, and you get to name the duck, which will be drawn at random. This is what we have left. For the price of $25, I will put on these very real police handcuffs that are not safety. They have a real key. We have a safety key that is on a string because we practice safety here, and I will put them on for 20 pages, which is about half of book club. Or if you're completely nuts, for $50, I will chug this glass of wine at any time as long as we are not within the last half hour. Okay, Strap, you are not going to annoy me all night by twisting. Why is this higher on one side than the other? Yeah, it's probably because these are a little bit adjustable and it may have pulled one trying to put it on. Yes, I did. No. No, they're the same. Maybe it's just my boobs. Yeah, maybe it's my boobs. Like I said, this thing doesn't fit all that well. Like, I don't know if I didn't try it on when I bought it or I went off the tag that said, it's this cup size, but it's not. I don't have marks from this thing. That's okay. Puppy's had his cuddles. He should be down for a nap. Kitty is somewhere being a kitty after being upset that his escape plans were thwarted today. Okay, so now we are on Tuesday, May 31st, 2011. And I'm about to try so hard not to do a voice. Mummy is gone. I don't know where. He's here. I hear his boots. They are loud boots. They have silver buckles. They stomp. Loud. He stomps and he shouts. I am in Mommy's closet. Hiding. He won't hear me. I can be quiet. Very quiet. Quiet because I am not here. You fucking bitch, he shouts. He shouts a lot. You fucking bitch. He shouts at Mommy. He shouts at me. He hits Mommy. He hits me. I hear the door close. He's not here anymore. And Mommy is gone too. I stay in the closet. In the dark. I'm very quiet. I sit for a long time. A long, long, long time. Where is mommy? It is not how tiny children think. There's a whisper of dawn in the sky when I open my eyes. The radio alarm says 5:23. I've slept fitfully, plagued by unpleasant dreams. And I'm exhausted, but I decide to go for a run to wake myself up. Once I'm in sweats, I pick up my phone. There's a text from Anna. I'm amazed that he let her go like an entire night away from him. With how much I slept today, I should not be tired. Arrived safely in Savannah A. Okay, so she's only just got there. It's only been a couple hours. Because I don't think it's that long of a flight from Seattle, Washington to Atlanta, Georgia, or Savannah, Georgia. Good. She's there and safe. The thought pleases me, and I quickly scan my email. The subject of Anna's latest message leaps out at me. Do you like to scare me? No fucking way. My scalp prickles and I sit down on the bed, scrolling through her words. She must have sent this during her layover in Atlanta before she sent her text. Yes, he does like to scare her because that gets him off. So yes, and he does it on purpose. We've seen this. Oh boy, she wrote him a really long email. Here we go. From her to him, do you like to scare me? You know how much I dislike you spending money on me. Yes, you're very rich, but it still makes me uncomfortable. Like you're paying me for sex. Fucking duh. However, I like traveling first class. It's so much more civilized than coach, so thank you. I mean it, and I did enjoy the massage from Jean Paul. He was very gay. I omitted that bit in my email to wind you up, because I was annoyed with you, and I'm sorry about that. I would not have admitted he was gay. I would have kept that going a couple days just to see his head explode. But as usual, you overreact. You can't write things like that to me. Pound and gagged in a crate? Were you serious or is it a joke? He's definitely serious. Caught up in your spell, considering that scares me. You scare me. I'm completely caught up in your spell, considering a lifestyle with you that I didn't even know existed until last week. That may be the most honest thing in this entire series. And then you write something like that, and I want to run screaming into the hills. I won't, of course, because I'd miss you. Really miss you. Wow, his brainwashing works fast. I want us to work, but I'm terrified of the depth of feeling I have for you and the dark path you're leading me down. What you're offering is erotic and sexy, and I'm curious, but I'm also scared you'll hurt me. Yeah, because he will, because he already has. And he said that he wants to do more, a lot more. So, doy, like, she really is too fucking stupid sometimes. But, I mean, again, both these characters have moments of massive insight. She is having one. Is she going to do anything with that? Is she going to take advantage of it and make changes and get away from him? Hell no. So, you know that it's a dark, bad, scary, he wants to hurt you relationship, but you just love him so much. Said every woman who got beaten to death by her significant other ever. Physically and emotionally. After 3 months, you could say goodbye, and where will that leave me if you do? But then I suppose that's the risk in any relationship. This just isn't that the sort of relationship I ever envisioned having, especially as my first. It's a huge leap of faith for me. You were right when you said I don't have a submissive bone in my body, and I agree with you now. Having said that, I want to be with you, and if that's what I have to do, I would like to try. But I think I'll suck at it and end up black and blue, and I don't relish the idea at all. Okay, so again, she's just outright stated that even though she is not naturally submissive, it does not appeal to her. It does not excite her sexually. It does not please her to behave in a submissive way. In fact, she hates it. She said she is willing to do it just for him, even though she thinks she will fail and he will end up beating the shit out of her. Like, like brainwashing in sci-fi movies isn't this good. I am so happy that you have said that you will try more. I just need to think about what more means to me. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted some distance. You dazzle me so much, I find it very difficult to think clearly when we're together. They're calling my flight. I have to go. More later. Your Anna. Yeah, that's what cult leaders do. They don't let you think for yourself. Like again, this is why he's gonna go to her because he's gonna be like, oh no, she's having second thoughts. I might lose her. She might never come back or get away from me or realize that yes, I am every bit the abusive, violent bastard that she thinks I am. She's reprimanding me again, but she stunned me with her honesty. It's illuminating. I read her email again and again, and each time I pause at your Anna. My Anna. She wants us to work. She wants to be with me. There's hope, Gray. It's gotta be Elena's voice in his head. I place my phone on my bedside and decide that I need to run to clear my head and so I can think up a response. His response is going to be getting his personal plane and following her. I take my usual route up Stewart to Westlake Avenue, then around Denny Park a few times. For Tets, she just likes to fight, ringing in my ears. Never heard of this band? Anna's given me a great deal to process. Paying her for sex, like a whore. Duh! She cannot be the first one to have said that to him. She just can't. I've never thought of her that way. Just the idea makes me mad. Really fucking mad. I sprint once more around the park, my anger spurring me on. Why does she do this to herself? I'm rich, so what? She just needs to get used to that. Oh, like she just needs to get used to being beaten with a riding crop or restrained during sex or not touching you or suspended from the ceiling. She just has to get used to all these things. And we shouldn't talk about them like mature adults, you know. No, no, no. She should just, ignore all her objections and personal feelings and feel the way that he tells her to. I'm reminded of our conversation yesterday about the GEH jet. She wouldn't take that offer. At least she doesn't want me for my money. But does she want me at all? You don't want her. See, like, this is possibly his most insidious and evil thing, is he wants his submissives to want him and be able to throw them away like because that's the ultimate power trip. She says I dazzle her, but boy, she's got that the wrong way around. She dazzles me in a way I never experienced, yet she's flown across the country to get away from me. Yeah, there's a big clue. Can we just say first one tonight? Okay, when you have to fly across the country to get some thinking space from your not boyfriend. I have a feeling I'm going to be using that a lot tonight. How am I sweating so much? I have foundation and everything on. Ugh, nowhere to dry my hands. I'm wearing shorts under this in case I need to stand up. Because otherwise it would be very inappropriate. How is that supposed to make me feel? She's right. It's a dark path I'm leading her down, but one that is far more intimate than any vanilla relationship, or so I've seen. I only have to look at Elliot and his alarmingly casual approach to dating to see the difference. and I'd never hurt her, physically or emotionally. He's already done both so many times. I have lost track of how many times. Ugh. Okay, sorry, but I can't stand feeling stuff under my nails. Physically or emotionally, how can she think that? Because you have, you fucking dipshit. It's pretty much all you've done since you met. I just want to push her limits, see what she will and won't do. Yeah, do you get the inherent problem with that? Punish her when she colors outside the lines. Yeah, it might hurt, but not beyond anything she can take. Again, there is a fundamental flaw in his thinking. Can you see what it is? We can work up to what I'd like to do. We can take it slow. It's the frog in warm water being slowly boiled alive. That's his theory of training. And here's the rub. If she's going to do what I want her to do, I'm going to have to reassure her and give her more. What that might mean, I don't know yet. I've taken her to meet my parents. That's more, surely. And that wasn't so hard. Except you got bullied into doing it. And you dragged her to the boathouse and she had to give you sex to keep you from literally beating her. So yeah, that went real well from her point of view. I take a slower jog around the park to think about what disturbs me most about her email. It isn't her fear. It's that she's terrified of the depths of feeling she has for me. What does that mean? That unfamiliar feeling surfaces in my chest as my lungs burn for air. It scares me. Scares me so much that I push myself harder so that all I feel is the pain of exertion in my legs and in my chest and the cold sweat that trickles down my back. Yeah, don't go there, Gray. Stay in control. In other words, he's having human emotions like the Grinch when his heart grows 3 sizes and he doesn't know what to do about it. But she must be magic if she can, heal the wounded, toddler that he still mentally and emotionally is. How does this guy run like $1 billion company when he's this fucked up? Like, he's so impulsive and so emotionally fucked up. And also just his views on like he has no limit on what is acceptable or not acceptable in public or socially. Like, he manipulates and does submissive games with his assistants. One of them is going to figure it out at some point and sue his ass off and then write a tell-all. Back in my apartment, I have a quick shower and shave, and then I dress. Gail is in the kitchen when I walk through on the way to my study. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Coffee? Please, I say, not stopping. I'm on a mission. At my desk, I fire up my iMac and compose my response to Anna. Oh, wow, he's writing her a very lengthy email. From him to her, finally. Anastasia, I am annoyed that as soon as you put some distance between us, you communicate openly and honestly with me. Why can't you do that when we're together? Because you shut her down every time she tries, or tell her that, oh, you don't really mean that. You just think you should. In other words, you gaslight her and emotionally dismiss her. So yeah, she can only be honest with you when you're not right there. Yes, I'm rich. Get used to it. Why shouldn't I spend money on you? We've told your father I'm your boyfriend, for heaven's sake. Isn't that what boyfriends do? As your dom, I would expect you to accept whatever I spend on you with no argument. Incidentally, tell your mother too. Maybe he knows the mom's a gold digger and the money is what'll do it. When we get to the mom, I'm gonna reprise my theory, because I think E.L. James, like, as much as we know that the Mister is just a copy paste of the first 350 Shades with like slight tweaks here and there, she wrote both female characters that I could make one thing true about both of them and make both series infinitely more interesting and watchable as a movie. But we'll get there. I'll revise my theory because I didn't see it about Anastasia until this one, but it's just as true. Okay, somebody is so like smoking up in the stairwell, which is like right there. Because all I can smell is some really primo weed right now. I don't know how to answer your comment about feeling like a whore. I know that's not what you've written, but that's what you imply. I don't know what I can say or do to eradicate those feelings. I'd like you to have the best of everything. I work exceptionally hard so I can spend my money as I see fit. When have we ever seen him work? I could buy you your heart's desire, Anastasia, and I want to. Call it redistribution of wealth, if you will. Or simply know that I would not, could not, ever think of you in the way you described. And I'm angry that's how you perceive yourself. Because, of course, he has to be angry about something. But hey, we've gone 2 whole pages without him mentioning his cock, so that's bonus points. For such a bright, witty young woman, you have some real self-esteem issues, and I have half a mind to make an appointment for you with Dr. Flynn. Yeah, right. I apologize for frightening you. I find the thought of instilling fear in you abhorrent, except that he's done it on purpose multiple times. It's part of the game. Do you really think I'd let you travel in the hold? I offered you my private jet, for heaven's sake. Yes, it was a joke. A poor one, obviously. However, the fact is, the thought of you bound and gagged turns me on. This is not a joke, it's true. I can lose the crate. Crates do nothing for me. You know I have issues with gagging. We've talked about that. And if and when I do gag you, we'll discuss it. Except he's already done that. You've already done that. Did Book forget? I think it forgot, but you've done that to her already. What I think you fail to realize is that in the Dom submissive relationship, it's the sub who has all the power. I knew she watched CSI. I knew she watched it. Because, yeah, that line is right out of CSI. The problem is he doesn't abide by it. That's you. I'll repeat this. You are the one with all the power, not I. In the boathouse, you said no. I can't touch you if you say no. That's why we have an agreement. And yet you did. You said her saying no to you by not letting you finger her at the dinner table was the sexiest thing ever, but also made you furious. You were going to beat the shit out of her, and then she plied you with sex. So no, you didn't keep your hands to yourself. She just got you to alter the form of punishment. And you've told her repeatedly that, like, even though there are safe words in that, to never ever use them. What you will and won't do. If we try things and you don't like them, we can revise the agreement. It's up to you, not me. And if you don't want to be bound and gagged in a crate, then it won't happen. Yeah, because he's so good at listening and accepting other people's limits. And not just replying every time with, oh, you just need to mature a little bit. You just need to let me teach you. You'll see you really like it. I want to share my lifestyle with you. I've never wanted anything so much. Frankly, I'm in awe of you that one so innocent would be willing to try. That says more to me than you ever could know. You fail to see I'm caught in your spell too, even though I have told you this countless times. I don't want to lose you. I'm nervous that you've flown 3,000 miles to get away from me for a few days, because you can't think clearly around me. It's the same for me, Anastasia. My reason vanishes when we're together. That's the depth of my feeling for you. Is it really 3,000 miles from Seattle to Savannah? That seems like it's too far. Yeah, I don't think that's 3,000 miles. Dale, any input? Of any of us here, you're the one who'd probably have the closest guess. I understand your trepidation. I did try to stay away from you. I knew you were inexperienced, though I would never have pursued you if I had known exactly how innocent. This goes on for like a whole other page. Jesus Christ. How innocent you were, and yet you still managed to disarm me completely in a way that nobody has before. Your email, for example, I have read and reread it countless times trying to understand your point of view. 3 months is an arbitrary amount of time. We could make it 6 months, a year. How long do you want it to be? What would make you comfortable? Tell me. Way to miss the point. I understand this is a huge leap of faith for you. I have to earn your trust, but by the same token, you have to communicate with me when I am failing to do this. You seem so strong and self contained that when I read what you've written here and I see another side to you, and that sentence just stops. Because bad editing. Okay. We have to guide each other, Anastasia, and I can only take my cues from you. You have to be honest with me, and we both have to find a way to make this arrangement work. You worry about not being submissive. Well, maybe that's true. Having said that, the only time you do assume the correct demeanor for a sub is in the playroom. It seems that's the one place where you let me exercise proper control over you, and the only place you do as you're told. Mm. Okay, when I do this over the book, it makes the burn smell like come up. It's actually kind of nice. Exemplary is the term that comes to mind. And I'd never beat you black and blue. I aim for pink. Outside the playroom, I like that you challenge me. It's a very novel and refreshing experience, and I wouldn't want to change that. So, yes, tell me what you want in terms of more. I will endeavor to keep an open mind, and I shall try to give you the space you need and stay away from you while you are in Georgia. I look forward to your next email. In the meantime, enjoy yourself, but not too much. Oh, God. Oh, he's going to be on a plane to her in like 3 pages or less. Uh, Itchy. Kitty's on his box of printer paper that he has decided is his. Even though it's got a lid, it's a Rubbermaid box with a lid. He still gets mad when I go in it to take paper out, even though it doesn't disturb him or affect the dent that he's put in the lid at all. It's like, Kitty, it's still the same box. You don't have to sit there giving me the evil eye. But he also runs to his table box anytime I even start walking that direction and hunches down in it like, don't take my box. I'm surprised he's kept a box this long. Usually he would have gone on a scratching bender and ripped it into tiny pieces by now. That's how his boxes usually end. I press send and take a sip of my cold coffee. Now you have to wait, Gray. See what she says. I stomp into the kitchen and see what Gail has prepared for breakfast. Taylor is waiting in the car to whisk me to work. What was it you wanted last night? I ask him. It was nothing important, sir. Good, I respond and gaze out the window, trying to put Anna and Georgia out of my mind. I fail miserably, but an idea starts to take shape. I call Andrea. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. He lasted like, what, 30 minutes after saying I'll give you space? Yeah. Morning. Good morning, Mr. Gray. I'm on my way in, but can you put me through to Bill? Yes, sir. A few moments later, I have Bill on the line. Mr. Gray, did your people look at Georgia as an option to site the tech plant? Savannah in particular. What, he wants to give her mom a job? Her mom doesn't do anything. I believe we did, sir, but I'll need to check. Check. Come back to me. Will do. Is that all? For now, thanks. My day is full of meetings. I look at my email sporadically, but there's nothing from Anna. I wonder if she's daunted by the tone of my email, or if she's busy doing other things. What other things? He's going to imagine she's cheating in like 5 seconds. It's impossible to avoid thoughts of her. Throughout the day, I exchange emails with Carolyn Acton, approving and vetoing outfits she's chosen for Anna. I hope she likes them. She'll look stunning in all of them. Bill has come back to me with a potential site near Savannah for our plant. Ruth is making inquiries. At least it's not Detroit. Again, in the first series, he didn't remember that he'd ever even been in Detroit because he was too little to remember. Yet in this one, he has like this maniacal hatred for the place. Ugh. Okay, it's bothering me that my top is like uneven, but I think it's just made that way. Oh god, we have more email exchanges. How much of this chapter is email? All of it. All of this chapter is email is the answer. Okay. Elena calls and we decide to have dinner at the Columbia Tower. Christian, you're being so coy about this girl, she chides. I'll tell you everything this evening. Right now I'm busy. You're always busy, she laughs. See you at 8. I'll see you then. Why are the women in my life so nosy? Elena, my mother, Anna. I wonder for the 100th time what she's doing. And behold, there's a response from her. At last. I'm surprised he didn't have somebody waiting on the ground to stalk her while he couldn't. Her to him, verbose. Sir, you are quite the loquacious writer. I have to go to dinner at Bob's Golf Club. And just so you know, I'm rolling my eyes at the thought. But you and your twitchy palm are a long way from me, so I'm safe so my behind is safe for now. I loved your email, will respond when I can. Miss you already. Enjoy your afternoon. Your Anna. It's not a no, and she misses me. I'm relieved and amused at her tone. I respond. Dear Miss Steele, I'm distracted by the title of this email. Needless to say, it is safe for now. Enjoy your dinner, and I miss you too, especially your behind and your smart mouth. My afternoon will be dull, brightened only by thoughts of you and your eye rolling. I think it was you who judiciously pointed out to me that I too suffer from that nasty habit. A few moments later, her reply pings into my inbox. Dear Mr. Gray, stop emailing me. I'm trying to get ready for dinner. You're very distracting, even when you're on the other side of the continent. And yes, who spanks who spanks you when you roll your eyes? You're Anna. Oh, Anna, you do. All the time. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. I remember her telling me to keep still and tugging my pubic hair while she was sitting astride me naked. The thought is arousing. Where did that come from? Where did that... Ugh. Him to her. Dear Miss Steele, I still prefer my title to yours in so many different ways. It is lucky that I am the master of my own destiny and that no one castigates me, except my mother occasionally, and Dr. Flynn, of course, and you. I find myself drumming my fingers, waiting for her reply. Her to him. Dear sir, when have I ever plucked up the nerve to chastise you, Mr. Gray? I think you are mixing me up with someone else, which is very worrying. I really do have to get ready. Your Anna. Stop, turn your goddamn crackberry off then. You. You chastise me via email at every opportunity, and how can I ever mix you up with anyone else? Him to her. Dear Miss Steele, you do it all the time in print. Can I zip up your dress? Her to him. I would rather you unzipped it. Her word. Here we go. Here we go. Her words traveled directly to my dick. Passing go on the way. Fuck. This calls for, what did she call them? Shouty capitals. Him back at her. So would I. All in caps. Again, this makes so much more sense if they're texting and not emailing. Oh, God. Her to him, slowly. Him to her, wish I were there. Her to him, so do I. Who else can turn me on via email? Her to him again, gotta go, later's baby. Do we think there's any? That was an entire page, by the way. That was an entire page that I just reduced to 4 lines because that was the only relevant part. And what do we bet that he's like jerking off at his desk right now? I smirk at her words. Him to her. You stole my line and left me hanging. Enjoy your dinner. Andrea knocks on the door with new schematics from Barney for the solar powered tablet we're developing. She's startled that I'm pleased to see her. Thanks, Andrea. Oh, how much does his assistant's life suck? If if she's startled that he's pleased to see her and actually being nice. So he's like a mean, cruel bastard to her every other minute of all the time. Of course. Like, not that we're surprised, but oh, I know. No, because the woman who played Bewitched, I forget her name, actually could move her nose. And I love when Tabitha was little and she'd have to put her finger and move her nose because she couldn't do it. No, I'm pretty sure they had like a clip reel of it that they just reused and sped up. But I don't know much Bewitched. Like I've seen some of it, and I know Elizabeth Montgomery was like famous for playing Agnes, the mother. The mother was like the best freaking character. Did totally love her. You know, she's completely insane, which is awesome. And also just the whole meddling mama thing was always good. Startled that I am pleased to see her. Thanks, Andrea. You're most welcome, Mr. Gray. She gives me a curious smile. Would you like some coffee? Please. Milk? No thanks. My day has improved immensely. I have knocked Bastille on his ass twice in our 2 rounds of kickboxing. That never happens. As I slip on my jacket after my shower, I feel ready to face Elena and all her questions. Taylor appears. Would you like me to drive, sir? No, I'll take the R8. Very good, sir. Before I leave, I check my email. Oh god, more email. Hold on, I need a drink. I was trying to get to the end of the chapter, but screw it. Happy Easter, everybody. Her to him. Sir, I think you'll find that it was Elliot's line originally. Hanging how? You're Anna. Is she flirting with me? Again? And she's my Anna. Again. Him to her. Miss Steele, you're back. You left so suddenly, just when things were getting interesting. Elliot's not very original. He must have stolen that line from someone. How was dinner? I press send. Her to him. Dinner was spilling. You'll be pleased to hear I ate far too much. Getting interesting. How? I'm glad she's eating. Yes, because we have to remember she starves herself constantly. Him to her. Are you being deliberately obtuse? I think you just asked me to unzip your dress. And I was looking forward to doing just that. I'm also glad to hear you're eating. Her to him. Of course I eat. It's only the uncertainty I feel around you that puts me off my food. Not true. And I would never be unwillingly obtuse, Mr. Gray. Surely you've worked that out by now. She loses appetite around me? That's not good. And she's making fun of me. Again. Him to her. I shall remember that, Miss Steele, and no doubt use the knowledge to my advantage. I'm sorry to hear I put you off your food. I thought I had more a more conspicuous effect on you. That has been my experience, and most pleasurable it has been too. I very much look forward to the next time. Her to him. Have you been playing with the thesaurus again? I hoot with laughter. Him to her. You know me so well, Miss Steele. I'm having dinner with an old friend now, so I'll be driving. Later's, babe. As much as I'd like to keep up the banter with Anna, I don't want to be late for dinner. If I were, Elena would be displeased. I power down my computer, collect my wallet and phone, and take the elevator to the garage. The Mile High Club is on the penthouse floor of the Columbia Tower. The sun is sinking towards the peaks of Olympic National Park, coloring the sky with an impressive fusion of oranges, pinks, and opals. It's stunning. Anna would love this view. I should bring her here. Elena's seated at the corner table. She gives me a small wave and a big smile. The maitre d' escorts me to her table, and she rises, presenting her cheek to me. Hello, Christian, she purrs. Good evening, Elena. You're looking great as usual. I kiss her cheek. She tosses her sleek platinum hair to one side, which she does when she's feeling playful. Sit, she says. Would you like to drink? Her fingers and her trademark scarlet fingernails are wrapped around a champagne flute. No! 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 Okay, at least I'm not wearing the scarlet lipstick tonight, but I have the fingernails. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know. By the way, I've also gone through an entire. I swear to God, I think they're putting less nail polish in the nail polish bottles because I've only done my nails properly twice, and this was brand new at the beginning of the month, and it's like almost empty. And I've only gotten my nails to this point because I like a thick lacquer. And this is maybe 5 coats, and I'll probably do like 2 more, and then it's wearable for like a week or two, and you just have to touch up like chipping edges and stuff. And I've only done that twice, so like maybe collectively like maybe 12 to 15 coats, and it's empty. And this is like $10. Like I swear there used to be more in the bottles. Uh, I see you've started on the crystal. Well, I think we've got something to celebrate, don't you? We do. Christian, this girl, spill the beans. I'll have a glass of the Mendocino Sauvignon Blanc. I tell the hovering waiter, and he nods and hurries off. So, not a cause for celebration. Elena takes a sip of her champagne, eyebrows raised. I don't know why you're making such a big deal of this. I'm not making a big deal. I'm curious. How old is she? What does she do? She just graduated. Oh, a little young for you. Again, he's only like 4 years older than her. Unless his age has gone up by like a decade and a half in between, like what the hell? Like that is the whole point. He is a very young, self-made master of the universe. He's 28, she's like 24. That is not an age gap that anyone would notice or care about. You know, if she was graduating high school and was 18, they might have a point, but I arch a brow. Really? You're going to go there? Yeah, true. She was like 45 and seduced a 16-year-old, so she doesn't get to talk about age. Helena laughs. How's Isaac? I ask with a smirk. She laughs again. Behaving. Her eyes sparkle with mischief. How boring for you. My voice is dry. She smiles, resigned. He's a good pet. Shall we order? I guess yes, she has more of the pet relationship than the dom sub relationship, which again, everybody do themselves. It's a question of degrees. Halfway through the crab chowder, I put Elena out of her misery. Her name is Anastasia. She studied literature at WSU, and I met her when she came to interview me for the student paper. I gave the commencement address this year. Is she in the lifestyle? Not yet, but I'm hopeful. Wow. Yes, she's escaped to Georgia to think it through. That's a long way to go. I know. I look down at my chowder, wondering how Anna is and what she's doing. Sleeping, I hope. Alone. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I said it. I said it. He's gonna get paranoid. Think she's cheating. This is what's gonna get his ass on a flight. I'm actually amazed he's got an entire day before following her because I don't think it was that long. Um, originally it in the original telling, I don't think it was a full day. I think it was like 6 hours. So again, we know that there is retconning in this book because it retcons itself quite a lot because she was trying to fix some of the things that were of the most disturbing. So I think the time here has been extended a little. When I raise my head, Elena's studying me intently. I haven't seen you like this, she says. What do you mean? You're distracted. It's not like you. Is it that obvious? She nods, her eyes softening. Obvious to me. I think she's turned your world upside down. I inhale sharply but hide the fact by raising my glass to my lips. Perceptive, Mrs. Lincoln. You think, I murmur after my sip. I think, she says, her eyes searching mine. She's very disarming. I'm sure that's novel, and I bet you're worried about what she's doing in Georgia, what she's thinking. I know how you are. An obsessive controlling stalker freak? Yeah. Yes, I want her to make the right decision. In other words, what I tell her to do. You should go and see her. What? Get on a plane. Really? If she's undecided, go and use your considerable charm. In other words, stalk her and berate her and seduce her against her will until she gives in. And just a reminder, we have a fifth stage tier. We have a fifth stage tier on the duck stage that still needs ducks. You know, and it's Easter. We can say the ducks hatched out of eggs because that's what TV says this time of year, that ducks and peeps and little bunnies and marshmallows or chickens lay eggs and then bunnies hatch out of them and ducks and peeps. Like, if you're a tiny child, this like I remember as a child seeing those Cadbury commercials of the bunny laying eggs and being like, I don't think that's right. How did we do the bunnies laying eggs thing? Like, where does that come from? It's so messed up. I had to explain to my friend in England earlier, what is marshmallow peeps because they don't have them there, and it came up in a word game puzzle we were doing together, and I'm like, oh, there's peeps, and he's like, what's a peep? I'm like, marshmallow peeps, and he's like, yeah, what are those? So I had to find pictures, and he was like, oh, those look ghastly, and I'm like, yeah, they are. They are disgusting, and I have no idea who eats them. And yet every year they make millions and millions and millions of them in all kinds of very unnatural colors. Oh, I hear a puppy. My snort is derisive. Christian, she scolds, when you want something badly enough, you go after it and you always win. You know that. You're so negative about yourself. It drives me crazy. I sigh. I'm not sure. He's not being negative about himself. He's being appropriate and giving her space. You're saying go and wear her down until she does what you want. The poor girl is probably bored to tears down there. Go. You'll get your answer. If it's no, you can move on. If it's yes, you can enjoy being with her. She's back Friday. Seize the day, my dear. She did say she misses me. There you go. Her eyes flash with certainty. I'll think about it. More champagne? Please, she says, and gives me a devilish grin. See, this is Elena having some machinations of her own, because I think she thinks that if he stalks her, she's going to freak out on him and tell him no, and then it's over, because we know that Elena secretly, wants Christian to be hers. She thinks that she's the one for him because she created him, but, he needed to go, like, sow his wild oats for a few years, basically. But eventually he would see that, she's the only one who could, really love him, because she knows all his dark secrets and what he really needs, and is submissive, and, and how to help him and, like, live that life 24/7. Which is also not only makes her a switch, it makes her primarily submissive, if that is what she is looking for long term in life. But then why is she the dom in every situation? Or is she thinking that he secretly is, submissive, to which she's not wrong, he very much is. But, then why did she encourage him to pursue becoming a dom after being her submissive? Because most people are not a switch. Like I've said, while I play both roles and I will do both, I am not a true switch, because I am not a true submissive. So when I'm in the submissive role, it's because I already told the person who will be playing the dominant role exactly what to do and what not to do, and they will do it or it will end. So they're not really in control, because it's a preset scene. How is it so hot in here? How am I wearing this and I'm sweating? How is this possible? Also, is one of my boobs just like a lot bigger than the other? It's bothering me, okay? You know I'm a little OCD like that. And this stupid strap. Erg. Cut this off with a knife later. I won't, because it was expensive. I could have sworn I had a purple one, something like this, but then I couldn't find it. Which I think Kitty has stolen, because he's got a pile going on the floor outside the closet. He now refuses to go in the closet, since he lived in there for 6 weeks without coming out. Back when the noise started. Before, I guess, realizing the noise was not going to stop and that he was tired of living in a closet. But now he won't go in there, but he will make a pile of clothing to curl up on, same as he used to do in the closet, except now he does it directly in front of the closet. And still thinks he's invisible when he's a bright white kitty curled up on a black pair of pants. Driving back to Escala, I contemplate Elena's advice. I could go see Anna. She said she missed me. The jet's available. Back home, I read her latest email. Yeah, so he's making up an excuse, and it's going to be, well, you said you missed me, so here I am, baby. Ugh. Hope you and your friend had a very pleasant dinner. Anna. P.S. Was it Mrs. Robinson? Excuse me. Shit. This is the perfect excuse. She's going to need an answer in person. No, you're making up the perfect excuse. Why do I have hiccups? Excuse me. I buzz Taylor and tell him I'm going to need Stephen and the Gulf Stream in the morning. Very good, Mr. Gray. Where are you going? We're going to Savannah. Yes, sir. And there's a hint of amusement in his voice. Yeah, because I bet your staff was taking bets on how long it would take you to follow. He probably won. But why is he taking Taylor with him? Like, why? Drive yourself. End of chapter. We only had like 10 pages left on that one because it was a super long chapter. The next chapter is technically over page count, but given the number of pages that were just emails, we're going to be fine. Whew. I don't have any fans handy. I have like so many folding fans and I have none of them handy. Oh, I should get my Japanese one. That requires getting up and I'm comfy. The upside down puppy bed next to me seems to be breathing. Hmm. Hello, kitty. Stopping in for some water. Couldn't wait for me to go to the bathroom so I could turn the tub on for you. He does prefer cold water directly out of the bathtub whenever he can get it. To the point where he will just sit in there and wait for me to come in the bathroom and then just look at the tap like, come on, turned on. You know what I want. I've been waiting in here for at least 20 minutes. It's like, you have a bowl of fresh water. You really do. There's lots of it. It's cold. But no, he'd rather have it right out of the tap. Even though, so when he leans down to lick around the rim, which I don't like him doing because it's rusted and like broken, and it drips on his head, he still doesn't mind. But he also doesn't feel it because he has like water rolls off him kind of fur. But then he usually comes up to me and is like, pet my head. And it's like, yeah, you're all wet, kitty. I also noticed the other day one of my bookmarks is missing and I'm blaming the kitty. It must have been missing for a while though because it's number 6 and we're on like chapter 16. So it must have like fallen somewhere and I don't know where. Wednesday, June 1st, 2011. It's been an interesting morning. We left Boeing Field at 11:30 PST. Stephen is flying with his first officer, Jill Blithely, and we're due to arrive in Georgia 19:30 EST. Is it really that long of a flight? Well, accounting for time zone difference, it's still like a 4 to 5 hour flight. Is it really that long? Am I forgetting where Georgia is? I think I did. I think I had Georgia on the wrong side of the country in my head. Yeah, I think I did. So 3,000 miles makes a little more sense. I still think that's too big. But Georgia's like right above Florida, isn't it? Yeah, I was on the wrong side of the country. I was like thinking where Nevada is. Okay, so further than I thought, but I still don't think it's that far. Bill has managed to arrange a meeting with the Savannah Brownfield Redevelopment Authority tomorrow, and I might be meeting with them for a drink this evening. So if Anna is otherwise occupied or doesn't want to see me, the journey won't be a complete waste of time. Or I built myself an excuse to say, oh, I'm just here for business in case she's really, really mad. Yeah, tell yourself that, Gray. Yeah, see, he even knows he's full of shit. Taylor has joined me for a light lunch and is now sorting through some paperwork, and I have a whole lot of reading to do. The only part of the equation I've yet to solve is arranging to see Anna. I'll see how that goes once I arrive in Savannah. Oh, meaning you haven't had somebody like track her phone to know her exact location yet? Because we all know he has. I'm hoping some inspiration will come to me on the flight. I run my hand through my hair, and for the first time in a long while, I lie back and doze as the G550 cruises at 30,000 feet, bound for Savannah Hilton Head International. The drone of the engines is soothing, and I'm tired. So tired. That would be the nightmares, Gray. I don't know why they're worse at the moment. I close my eyes. Oh, yeah, just because she wasn't there to be your personal dream catcher. Oh, I think we're getting another flashback to Elena. Please tell me it's a long one. It's not. Stop doing that. This is how you will be with me. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. She runs a scarlet fingernail across my chest. I flinch and pull against the restraints as the darkness surfaces, burning my skin in the wake of her touch, but I don't make a sound. I don't dare. Okay, this is not good. If you behave, I will let you come. In my mouth. Still can't spell come, and you. Fuck. But not yet. We've got a long way to go before then. Her fingernail blazes down my skin from the top of my sternum to my navel. I want to scream. She grabs my face, squeezing my mouth open, and kisses me, her tongue demanding and wet. She brandishes the leather flogger, and I know this will be tough to endure. But I have my eye on the prize, her fucking mouth. So he's got a bit of an obsession there. As the first lash falls and blisters across my skin, I welcome the pain and the endorphin rush. So yeah, that's not good. That is not good. Unless they are doing some kind of desensitization thing, which she's not qualified for, or he was wanting to do it to get over, like, not liking his chest touch, which obviously didn't work because he still is exactly the same about it, which means she was literally doing it as just torture, but he was willing to put up with it because he was a horny 16-year-old and the idea of coming in her mouth was enough to make him put up with anything. Oh yeah, I hear the kitty. He's going for the tub. Now he's going for the tub. Yep. Even though he just drank water out of his perfectly acceptable kitty bowl. No, no, no. It's not acceptable enough for the kitty. He's stubborn. He did not like being chased back inside today. He was like, no, I almost escaped. But I have learned that somebody actually does live on that side. I didn't think anybody did because I never hear anybody. But the super was in the hall and I asked them and they're like, no, the guy does live there, but he works away a lot. So he's gone for I guess like most of the week. So I'm like, yeah, that's why I never hear anybody. But also I gotta remember to leave a note on their door because we have those old anybody live in apartments and know this? When they used to have a hole literally in the wall with a metal box that you would put the air conditioner in, the window ones, because the windows here are too small and they're vertical. Um so we have those and a lot of them have been like folded in and like bricked over the years, but not these two. And they have covers on them because the problem is it's just a box in the wall. They're closed on the inside. On the inside, it's plastered over. You can't open it, but on the outside, it's still just an open box in the wall. It also lets a massive amount of cold in because there's literally just thin metal blocking it, so there's no insulation, not even brick. And so they have covers on them, but on his side, the cover has fallen off and there's pigeons nesting in there, which the building really hates because they make a mess. And they are indeed making a mess. Not that I want them like shoot off or hurt or their eggs thrown away or anything. Like, I'm always of the opinion let them stay until the eggs hatch and the babies fly away. And then once you're sure they're gone, then clean it out and close it up. But I've lived in buildings where I've had superintendents who, when they find eggs, will literally just pick them up and chuck them off the balcony and destroy them. And I was like, "You sick fuck." But last year we had a pigeon. Me and a friend, we used to take pictures. We didn't want to get too close because there was a cardboard box that got left on my balcony, and sure enough, pigeons nested in it. And we watched this egg that they had, and then we didn't even know that it hatched until one day this little gray thing about the half the size of a softball, the mama bird, was on top of it, and she got up. And we just saw this little gray ball of like fluffy kind of feathers with the giant pink feet, and we're like, "Oh my god, where did that come from? Also, how is the mama bird hiding something that big underneath her?" And then we saw she like puffed up her belly feathers to like make room and just tucked the baby right under there. And we named we what did we name him? We named him Junior. And yeah, within a few weeks, he grew and took off on his own. But we enjoyed watching Junior. And of course, Kitty was very, I want the birdie, and got shooed away and was unhappy about being shooed away because he's like, I can get that one. It can't fly away from me yet. I finally got one that I can get, and you won't let me. This is true. This is true. I don't know. He thinks he's at the Roman baths or something when he's sitting in the bathtub. I remember when we moved here, he was still a kitten, and he detested moving, so he stayed in the kitty carrier. He wouldn't come out. And like when I just arrived and everything was still moving around, I put the kitty carrier in the bathtub and closed the bathroom door, and I opened the door on the kitty carrier just to let him come out but still be like in a room by himself because there were movers and everything, and building people, and there was painting going on, and I didn't want him getting more freaked out because he was clearly really freaked out. He was only like 6 months old, and he's being moved from the third home that he had because he was a rescue, and then he belonged to my friend, and then they found out that the grandson was highly allergic to him, and so then I took him in. And that's a lot of rehoming for a kitten who was only like 4 months old when I took him in, and then I'm moving him 2 months later, so he was not a happy cat. And I remember he stayed in that kitty carrier and would only come out at night to eat food and then run back in it. I mean, he must have, because I didn't feed him in the bathroom. I wanted him to come out. I mean, he lived in that kitty carrier for 3 weeks. And I even tried moving it after a week out to the couch. Like, okay, you're going to be out here where there's people, okay? Like, you have to come out. And eventually, I literally just had to tip the thing up and dump him out of it. And like, okay, kitty, you've got to come out and be part of the world. But then he does that with the closet. So that's what he does when he doesn't like the world. He just finds a place to hide and stays there as long as he wants. Who knows how long he would have stayed in the kitty carrier? I do think that might be why he thinks the bathroom is entirely his, because he definitely thinks that the bathroom sink is a kitty bed. Like, I'm constantly, one of the things he does, especially if he can get a hold of my hair ties, is he gets like hair ties, twist ties, bottle caps, anything he can pick up, and stuffs it down the drain, which I think he does on purpose because then he's hoping I won't use it and just acknowledge that it is perpetually his kitty bed. Ow. Ow. Okay, that was on a bad spot. Ow. Yeah, ow. Oh. These are maybe a little tight. They're brand new, so well, they're like 2 weeks old now, but they still have that stiff been in the box for 3 years feeling. Yes. My what? Mr. Gray will be landing in 20 minutes, Taylor informs me, startling me awake. Are you okay, sir? Yes, sure, thanks. Would you like some water? Please. I take a deep breath to bring my heart rate down, and Taylor passes me a glass of cold Evian. I take a welcome sip, glad that it's just Taylor on board. It's not often I dream about my heady days with Mrs. Lincoln. Out of the window, the sky is blue, the sparse clouds pinking with the early evening sun. The light up here is brilliant, golden, tranquil. The sinking sun reflects off the cumulus clouds. For a moment, I wish I were in my sailplane. I bet the thermals are fantastic up here. Yes, that's what I should do. Take Anna soaring. That would be more, wouldn't it? Or it's an excuse for you to show off wealth and blow her mind and make her want to be with you even more, because look what I can give you that no one else can, which is kind of the whole thing that he appeals with. Taylor, yes, sir. I'd like to take Anna soaring in Georgia. At dawn tomorrow, if we can find somewhere to do that. But later would be fine too. If it's later, I'll have to move my meeting. I'll get on it. Never mind the cost. Okay, sir. Thanks. Now I just have to tell Anna. Yeah, nothing like making plans for something she might not do. Dude, you don't know if she's afraid of heights. Like, you don't know if she would actually want to do this. Also, I remind everyone the whole soaring thing was completely stolen from Thomas Crown Affair, which even the movie knew because it matched it pretty much shot for fucking shot. And in the movie, they had the only song that anyone remembers, and I remind you, the third one had a fucking Beyonce song in it that nobody remembers being in that movie, because the only song anyone remembers is the Ellie Goulding "Love Me Like You Do" song, which I admit is a song I would like to fuck to one day. There's like 4 songs I would like to have sex to one day. That's one of them. There's a reason that's the song they wound up playing over the video epilogue that they put together at the end to make it look like there was an actual romantic relationship and not the Beyonce song. There are 2 cars waiting for us when the G550 comes to a halt on the tarmac near the signature flight support terminal at the airport. Taylor and I step out of the plane and into the suffocating heat. Hell, it's sticky, even this time. The rep hands the keys for both cars to Taylor. My my PayPal? Are you telling me to check my PayPal? Oh, whoa. Okay, my email failed to alert me. I apologize. Whoa. And whoa. And whoa. Okay. Thank you a lot. Wow. Wow. Yeah, wow. Thank you. Wow. Uh, what? Well, I am gonna have to use my leather flogger on YouTube then. I bet I wield this more effectively than Elena does. I don't know why YouTube is messing with you. I apologize. If you need to message on Discord, I will see it. But wow and thank you and wow and you are amazing and wow and thank you and wow. I'm doing math in my head. We've got some new ducks, folks. So we're gonna need some names. I will wait. Let's see. Doing math in my head. I'm definitely gonna chug a glass in a minute. I just poured a fresh one, so it's perfect timing. Um, Okay, so I'm going to chug a glass. I'm going to do 4 ducks and then cuffs. Yeah, that's pretty close to, yeah. I think I got it. Is it because of the outfit? Do we think YouTube is messing because of the outfit? Because it always annoys the shit out of me when I see people, like, even if this didn't have the skirt, this top covers more than, like, most bathing suit tops. And yet I've seen channels where just because this is technically lingerie or nightwear, as it's sometimes called, that this would be inappropriate. And I'm like, I've seen bikinis that are 2 triangles over the nips and like 3 pieces of string, but that's okay because it's technically a bathing suit. Like, exactly. I know a channel of a girl who bounces her boobs with bells on them, like on pasties, and plays like jingle bells and stuff with her tits. She's amazing. But she is naked except for pasties. Okay. I'm gonna do 2 ducks now, and then we'll wait a little bit and then do 2 more later. I don't want to do them all at once. Okay. First 2 ducks. And we're gonna need some names for them. Okay, so my eyes are closed. Reaching in. Round and 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 round. This one. This duck. What do we have? Giraffe duck. We have giraffe duck. Look how cute it is. This is really cute. Seriously, I love the little things on its head. They're so cute. Okay, so we have giraffe duck. What should we call it? Okay, this really is freaking cute. Okay. This is a good one to go next to Chuckles. They'll have a good time together. Okay, so Chuckles has a friend now. We have giraffe duck. Write that down. Anyone want to help me spell giraffe? Because if you asked me to spell the Pokemon Girafarig, I'd have a better chance. Okay, it starts with G and then I'm stuck. Okay, my dyslexia is high. Melman from Madagascar. That's a good idea. Yes, that's such a good idea. Oh, is that how? I literally had already written GR. I'm good at other things. And thank you. Okay, so we've got Melman the giraffe duck. That's wonderful. Okay, we'll do one more for now, and then we'll do the other 2 in a little bit. Okay, eyes closed. Yeah, put them all down there. Okay, round, round, round. Roundy, round, 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 round. This one. What do we get? Ninja duck. Yeah, this is Ninja duck. Like he's got the all black. He's got some kind of a tie. He's purple. He's the purple ninja. I think he's got purple ninja duck. He's got very weird eyes. Huh. He's got a cute little hood too. He's got a little hood. All right. So our inaugural duck of tier 5. Please don't fall down when I do this. Stay. Okay, it didn't fall down. That's good. Okay, we will select the other 2 in just a few minutes. But I know Snickerdoodles is incoming shortly, so we'll leave some ducks for her to see. And I have to chug, don't I? Yes, I do. Okay. Yeah, sip of water first. Naruto. Okay, Ninja Duck is Naruto. Got it. Ninja, I can actually spell. I can spell fucking ninja, but I can't spell giraffe. That's a very good name. Oh, hot, 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 hot. Yes. Ninjas and dragons go well together. And YouTube, I'll remind you I'm wearing shorts under this. And they're not see-through. They are not Lululemon. No, Lululemon doesn't make anything in my size. Neither does Victoria's Secret. What was it, like 2015 before Victoria's Secret finally publicly admitted that, yeah, we pretty much only make bras up to like a B cup because that's who we want our market to be. You've been waiting for the cop duck? I'll see if we get it in the next one. There's only 4 left, so the odds are like 1 in 4, and we're drawing 2, so that's like 50-50. I'm sure you have a great name in mind for the cop duck. Don't tell me yet. I want to try and draw it for you. Well, hopefully you'll get it. I can think of some names that for cop duck, but there's so many options, like depending on what shows you know. Okay, knowing what things we like in common, I've kind of got a like very cheeky guess at what you might have in mind for cop duck. Uh All right, let's see if I can chug this. I will do my very best. Then I'll get on with reading some book. Because he has successfully followed her now. Let's see how she takes it. Is she going to be thrilled to see him, mad at him, or mad at him, and then the second he gets mad back at her for why aren't you grateful to see me? You said you missed me. She immediately crumples, and I'm guessing blowjob because he's got that on the brain. Why did I say that right before chugging something? Oh. Okay, I have to let the vomit settle. Ah! Nastrovia. Okay. We're going to let that settle. Yeah, how are we going to let that settle? Oh. I really should have eaten more. I actually did remember to eat. Oh, yeah. I thank you very, very much for that because, yeah. Especially if there is a blowjob scene coming up, and I suspect there will be because he kind of foreshadowed it, that he's like in that kind of mood, so that's going to be what he wants. And again, in the first one, her mother was initially like shy of him for all of 5 seconds until Anastasia said, "Oh, by the way, he's a billionaire." At which point her mother told her, "Well, get up there and ride that golden dick, honey, and try to get knocked up while you're at it." uh, the rep hands the keys for both cars to Taylor. I raise a brow at him. Ford Mustang? It's all I could find in Savannah at short notice. Taylor looks sheepish. At least it's a red convertible, though in this heat I hope it has AC. It should have everything, sir. I know, right? From his perspective, it would be, her mouth goes over the tip, boom, I explode, because he has no... We've established he's like just like Maxim in the other one, where we dubbed him the two-pump chump, because literally every time they had sex, he would put it in and he would count the number of thrusts, and he never got past 3. It was always 1, 2, 3, done. And Christian Grey is the same, which makes me think that E.L. James has had a very disappointing sex life with her husband. Like, is she taking a shot at him? Or do conservative people think that's how sex should be? That, he should only put it in at the last second because it's about making a baby. Though, again, I read those, like, Reddits and message boards from, like, real doctors that have had couples come to them and say, like, we just can't get pregnant. And he's like, well, tell me how you're doing the sex. And then they say something that is completely not sex, because they are both, like, homeschool, ultra conservative, ultra religious family raised, zero sex ed. And so what they're doing is not sex. Like, one guy was literally jerking off onto his wife's stomach, thinking that the semen goes in the belly button and that's what makes a baby, because that's where the baby comes from. That was real. But even Bridgerton made fun of it, because in the most recent season, the 3 Featherington spoilers. I'm not making that up, okay? It's real. But in the most recent season of Bridgerton, the 3 Featherington daughters are competing, basically, because the first one of them to give birth to a boy inherits the entire Featherington estate. And so the 2 older ones are already married. The youngest one is getting married. And the mama is after the 2 older ones, like, well, you've been married for, almost a year now. Why aren't you pregnant yet? Like, and so the mama is like, well, tell me how you're doing the sex, kind of. And the one daughter, like, says that, oh, her husband, basically, they're both fully clothed, like, they strip down to their underwear, and he lays on top of her and rubs against her, and then he needs to change his boxers. So they're not even like doing it, but they think that that's sex because neither of them knows anything. And the other one is like, oh, well, we've never done anything, and so she has to, like, whisper in their ear, like, what to do to get pregnant, because they're both... It's like, yeah, you never had that talk with them, mama, did you? Oh, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Oh, I know. Like, there's also been couples that, like, think that you have to do anal to get pregnant. And another same thing, couple couldn't get pregnant, they went to the doctor and they're like, oh, well, we do it more, but it's so painful when he's like, and I'm on my stomach and he's putting it in and it really hurts. And it's like, yeah, that's because he's putting it in your butt, not your vagina. You're not going to get pregnant like that. Turn over. Then you'll be fine. No, there's worse. There's so much worse. Like, there's ones where people who are that stupid, and I'm sorry to call them that in the context I'm about to say, but people who are that naive and uninformed and uneducated, it leaves you way vulnerable to being abused if you don't know what it is. Because there's infamously one of my favorite episodes of all time, one of my favorite actresses of all time. She real life actress with Down syndrome. I wish to God I knew her name. Um, the episode is called Competence. I believe it's in season 3. I could be wrong. Law and Order SVU. The episode is called Competence. Uh, beg your The episode is called Competence, and it involves a woman with Down syndrome who turns up pregnant. Her mother is her guardian because she is not able to take care of herself. Um, but obviously, if she is under somebody else's guardianship and she's severely developmentally handicapped, she cannot consent to sex. However, the mother has kept her so sheltered and never told her what sex is that she can't tell the police who knocked her up because she doesn't know what sex is. She doesn't know where babies come from. And when they eventually figure it out and put together who has knocked her up, who has been raping her, they figure out it's been going on for years. And the thing is, the person doing it took advantage of, not only obviously took advantage of her, but took advantage of her naivete, which would be true of anyone. Hi, Persnickety, I'm so glad you're here. Yes, you are right. Yes. And it was because she couldn't tell them when they when when the police figured it out. She wound up like telling her kind of boyfriend because he told her what sex is, even though he knew he wasn't supposed to. He's like, I told Katie what sex is, and she got mad at me and said, that's not sex, that's exercise. And so when they asked her, who do you exercise with? Then she told them, and they're like, tell me how you exercise. And she's like, you pull your pants down and sit on someone's lap and it hurts. And it's because she'd never been told what sex is, so she didn't know what was happening to her. Because he called it exercise, so that's what she called it. So when the police said, who do you have sex with? She's like, I don't have sex with anybody. I don't have sex with anybody. And she's telling the truth. I know, right? It's not an easy question because again, I grew up in several churches where I knew children that were my age at the time. They were in high school or middle school, the same as me. Like when I was in middle school, and we had health class when we got to grade 6 and we started having health class that includes sex ed. There were kids who were exempt. There were kids who they came with a letter from their parents that on weeks when we were talking about sex, which wasn't all the time, but it was some of the curriculum, that on those weeks, those like 5 students would be excused and they would go sit in the library for an hour. And it's like, I understand that parents want to teach some things themselves, but you can't leave your kids vulnerable in this day and age, like for Christ's sake. And let's not pretend they don't see it everywhere, okay? Like, look at some freaking like makeup and hair ads today. They're incredibly sexual. Your kids see that, okay? Your kids are not as innocent and naive and stupid as you think they are, no matter what you do. So wouldn't you rather them be informed and be able to protect themselves? But again, religion is not about belief, it's about control, and it's especially about controlling women. So if you keep them incredibly stupid and marry them off at 15, 16, and then it's like, oh yeah, that thing your husband does to you, whatever it is, that's sex, and you just have to put up with it or deal with it, even no matter what he's doing to them, because they don't know anything and we don't talk about that. Like I knew people who couldn't even say the word masturbate out loud without blushing and turning 7 shades of scarlet. And these are people that have 4 kids. It's like, you're 45 years old. When the hell do you grow up? Yeah. No, watch the episode of SVU. It's one of their absolute best. I really wish I knew the name of that actress because she's amazing. The actress who plays Katie, she really does have Down syndrome in real life and she is amazing. And particularly in that episode, she had dyed her hair platinum blonde after somebody said that if she did, because she just wanted to make her hair blonde just for a change, and somebody said, no, that'll make you look too sexy, you won't get cast. And she pretty much said, well, screw that, I'm gonna dye my hair anyway, and she got the part. Yeah, no, it's sad, it's really sad. No, that's why I don't approve. That's why sometimes I very much feel that raising your kids in so cloistered a manner, especially a religious one, is child abuse, because you are making them so ignorant of the rest of the world that it makes them vulnerable and it limits them. Like it limits them in terms of jobs, It limits them intellectually. It limits them socially. It limits them financially. Like, there's a lot to consider. And I'm not saying I have any idea how to raise a child. I don't have a child. But I'm saying I would want what is best for my child. And I don't believe being cloaked in that much goddamn religion to where their only option is that I marry them off to, high school football idiot and they never work a day in their life and they just pump out baby after baby and turn into the Duggars. I don't believe that's a good life. I don't believe you should want that for your children. I think you should want better. No, right? I know that too. That too. There's a channel called Cut. I don't know if they're still around, but they did a series of parents talking to children who are about 5 or 6, excuse me, and telling them for the first time at a level that a 5 or 6-year-old could understand, a very basic, very, very, very basic level, about the birds and the bees and seeing how the kids reacted to being told this. And a couple of the kids were like, what are you talking about? That's not real. I don't believe that. That's not real. And then there was this one kid who his father started telling him, and this little kid who's like 6, he's like, oh yeah, I know all about that. I know, and the dad's like, what do you know? Like he's expecting like a Sesame Street answer, and the kid comes back with well, there's like an egg and then the sperm and then they collide and then it makes a baby, and the dad's like, what? And he's like, where did you hear that? And he's like, and it bleeps for a second and it says, bleep told me, and the dad's just like this, and the kid has an older brother, like 5 years older. And so the dad had the talk with the older son, and it never occurred to the father that the older one would immediately run and tell the younger one everything. Which of course he did. It's like, yeah, you should have thought of this. Siblings tell each other things, and older ones tell the younger ones. Yes, we have ducks. Okay, we're gonna draw another duck now. Not both, but one. Okay, we got 4 ducks left. Get the names ready. Okay, eyes closed. Round and round and round and round and round. And this one. What did I get? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hold it too high. Yes! Okay, we got Cop Duck. I wish he had a sleeve patch. I want to paint a little RCMP. Can I paint on the duck? I have brushes fine enough to do it too. I really could. This is not an RCMP outfit. This looks more like Jersey. Hey, we can paint Jersey on it and troll Artie. Come on. Who's with me that I should paint Jersey on the duck? Why does it not have sleeves? Hold on. Why does it not have sleeves? And it's a white shirt, so this is a senior duck. This is like Commander Duck. My camera zoomed in. My paintings are not on the wall. What? No, oh, it is still there. It is just out of frame. I don't know why it's doing that. But also, is this a motorcycle cop duck? Because he's kind of got, like, motorcycle helmet going on, I think. No! Oh, that was not what I was thinking at all! But that is excellent! I never would have thought of that. I was thinking, because we both know Star Trek, you're, like, gonna name it T.J. Hooker. Shatner. Yes! I should dub in honor of Jeremy DeWitt. I should name it Village People Duck. I should. So Dale, would you be offended if I called it Village People Duck? I will call it Jeremy DeWitt. I will. Or DeWitt. I'm not sure how you're spelling that. Because it's like wait, but not. Yeah, he does look like a motorcycle cop, doesn't it? But hey, DeWitless rode a motorcycle, so yeah, it's. We'll go with for now. We'll go with motorcycle cop duck. Okay, and they can go right next to Naruto. All right, in about 10 minutes or so, after a few more pages, we'll draw the last duck of the four. That leaves two. We still got two. We got two more ducks that are very lonely. Oh, I forgot to put the cups on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I was doing three things at once. And I forgot. Okay, there. Key is there. Extra key is there because we practice safety here. Oh, P. Barnes. Yeah, that would be a good one too. Yeah, I would have to paint a little taser on it for that, or a little lightning bolt or something. That would be cool. That would be very cool. All right, let's see how our very rich stalker is received in his red convertible. How's everybody's fur babies this weekend, by the way? And for Snickety, you have to tell Sasha, no chasing rabbits this weekend. It's Easter weekend. They get the weekend off. And they're very busy laying eggs and, delivering baskets, so she really shouldn't interfere. Too late. Well, I'm sure she took good care of the house while you were gone, no matter what the sitter says. And she didn't do all the bad things you got told about. And she totally didn't scam extra dinner by pretending you forgot to feed her to the sitter. And it didn't work lots and lots of times. Oh, for some things, our pets are smarter than us, food being one. Aww. Meaning she bribed the sitter. I'm sure she was. Because, getting cuddled by other people is bonus cuddles. She still expects you to make up for all the cuddles you missed while you were gone because you still owe her all those cuddles. She keeps account. You should have everything, sir. Good. Thanks. I take the keys from him and, grabbing my messenger bag, leave him to unload the rest of the luggage from the plane into his Suburban. I shake hands with Stephen and Blithely and thank them for a smooth flight. In the Mustang, I cruise out of the airport and onward downtown Savannah, listening to Bruce on my iPod through the car sound system. Do you not have to clear any kind of security when you land if you're flying internally within the US, because he's not changing countries. He's only flying from one state to the other. Can you really just have a rental car brought onto the tarmac and just drive away without any kind of security clearance, or and he's leaving his luggage with somebody else? Can you really do that? Andrea has booked me into a suite at the Bohem, yeah, Bohem. I'm gonna say Bohemian Hotel. I'm not sure she's spelling it right. Which looks out over the Savannah River. It's dusk and the view from the balcony is impressive. The river is luminous, reflecting the grandiose colors of the sky and the lights on the suspension bridge and the docks. The sky is incandescent, the colors shaded from Deep purple to a rosy pink, and every time she's spelling colors wrong, it annoys me because I'm Canadian and colors has a U. Yes, he's rich and white. I get it. And he is flying in a private plane. And I do know somebody that has flown in a private plane, and she pretty much said the same thing. She's like, this is why like rich people smuggle the most like cocaine and diamonds and antiquities, because if you land in a private plane, nobody checks your luggage. Nobody questions you. Not that she did those things. It was somebody else's plane. She just happened to be like a guest, but she saw the treatment like firsthand and was like, yeah, I could have had anything with me. I could have had an Uzi in my bag and nobody would have noticed because nobody checked. Because, yeah, we were a bunch of rich white people on a private plane. She lives in the very north of France, very high up on a mountain now. And she has a baby. And a good girl named Heidi. Heidi the German Shepherd, who apparently Heidi the German Shepherd knew my friend was pregnant before my friend did, because Heidi started acting very strange because Heidi was the husband's dog before they got together. Uh, but he was away, so Heidi would follow her when not off roaming the French countryside and hunting whatever she wanted for lunch that day, because she was a very I'll feed myself and then eat my kibble anyway kind of dog. But out of nowhere, she started sticking very, very close to my friend, and they hadn't really been that close. Heidi kind of tolerated her presence, but was still arguing kind of over who is the number one girl in her owner's life, and did not like that when my friend was visiting, she wasn't allowed to sleep in the bed anymore. So Heidi chewed her luggage to bits one time, but also don't leave your luggage around the dog while you go off and fuck for 4 hours. But all of a sudden, Heidi started sticking very, very close to my friend. And when they went outside, Heidi would literally do like 10-foot circles around my friend. Wherever she was walking, Heidi would just be circling my friend all the time and would bark at anything that came close to stay away. And she did this for like weeks. And we're like, okay, something's off with Heidi. Like, what's going on? And then we found out my friend is pregnant. And it's like, oh, yeah, that's why Heidi's acting like that, because she's a guard dog, and so she was being protective because she knew she could smell it and was like, yeah, everything stay away from the pregnant lady. I'm gonna patrol in circles around you and bark at things. It was very funny, though. Honestly, once my friend actually knew and reacted, Heidi kind of like backed off. I think she was like, oh, finally you figured it out. I've been trying to tell you for weeks. Now I can go catch a fish. So yeah, I think Heidi was trying to tell her. Uh, it's almost as striking as twilight over the sound, but I don't have time to stand here and admire the view. I set up my laptop and crank the air conditioning to full blast and call Roz for an update. Oh God, I wish I had air conditioning. This summer's gonna suck because it's gonna be an Indian summer. I can already tell it's gonna be a billion fucking degrees. If I was gonna get a portable air conditioner, this would be the time to do it before they're $1 billion and everyone's sold out. I had one until not last year, but the year before, but it kind of caught on fire. But it lasted like 10 years, so it was a good buy, even though it was like $800 at the time. But that was a long time ago. I've heard they've come down. I really should look because this place is so hot. Why the sudden interest in Georgia, Christian? It's personal. She huffs down the phone. Since when don't you have your personal life? Excuse me. Since when have you let your personal life interfere with business? Since I met Anastasia Steele. In his head. I don't like Detroit. I snap. Okay. She backs off. Again, dude, if you hate it that much, you're the head of the company. Just say, I don't want to do business in Detroit. I have my reasons. Move it. That's all you have to do. I meet I might meet the Savannah Brownfield liaison for a drink later, I add, attempting to placate her. Whatever, Christian. There are a few things we need to talk about. The aid has arrived in Rotterdam. Do you still want to go ahead? Yes, let's get it done. I made a commitment to the End Global Hunger launch. This needs to happen before I can face the committee again. Okay. Any further thoughts on the publishing acquisition? I'm still undecided. I think SIP has some potential. So we're now going to find out that he bought it before she even interviewed or worked there and arranged for her to be hired in the first place. So his stalkering and rigging of her career goes deeper than we thought because we thought he bought it after she worked there. But no, I'm betting anything. He buys it before then, and his first order of business is that they must hire her. Right? I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. God, I'm hungry. Yeah, maybe. Let me think about it for a while longer. I'm sending Marco to discuss the Lucas Woods situation. Okay, let me know how that goes. Call me later. Will do. Bye for now. I'm avoiding the inevitable. I know this. But I decided it would be better to tackle Miss Steele via email or phone. I've yet to decide which. On a full on a full stomach, so I ordered dinner. While I'm waiting, there's a text from Andrea letting me know my drinks appointment is off. I'm fine with that. I'll see them tomorrow anyway, provided I'm not soaring with Anna. So he's willing to blow off major business deals that he set up as a pretext to be here, depending on what he's doing with her. Okay. uh, Before room service arrives, Taylor calls. Mr. Gray. Taylor, are you checked in? Yes, sir. Your luggage will be on its way up in a moment. Great. The Brunswick Soaring Association has a glider free. I've asked Andrea to fax through your flying credentials to them. Once the paperwork is signed, we're good to go. Yeah, when you have a pilot's license, is that good in all states? I mean, I would think it would have to be. Or it's like at a federal level or something. But yeah, you would have to prove it before somebody like lets you take their, soaring machine. Now I'm thinking of the song that Kate Winslet is singing at the end of Titanic, the Come Josephina, my flying machine. Wing up she goes, there she goes. No, apparently Cameron got roasted because that song had only come out the same year as Titanic, so it's very unlikely that she would have heard it. But let's also keep in mind that filming Titanic was so horrifically bad that one day somebody spiked the clam chowder with LSD. That's a real story. Cameron said he knew they had a problem when the second AD looked at him and said, I just saw a pink elephant walk by. They sent something like 120 people to the hospital because it was in the clam chowder that was for like the large amount of the crew. So like a lot of people ate it. Apparently some people had very bad trips. The guy who plays Andrews in that ate it and said that he had never done drugs in his life, and so he had like a really really bad experience. And he said he didn't feel like himself or feel normal again for about 3 weeks, and that it was one of the worst experiences of his life. It really screwed him up for a little while. They never found out who did that, by the way. They never figured out who did it. And also, they must have had a pretty significant amount of LSD. Great. They'll do any time from 6 a.m. Even better, have them ready from them. Send me the address. Will do. There's a knock at the door. My luggage and room service has arrived simultaneously. The food smells delicious. Fried green tomatoes and shrimp and grits. Well, I'm in the South. I've never actually had fried. I don't think I've ever even seen green tomatoes. Is that a joke? Like, because I know, is it a joke? Because I know the song in the movie Fried Green Tomatoes, but is it a joke that green tomatoes are not a real thing? Because I've never seen them. I also am not exactly sure what grits are. Because I've also like seen fierce debate in the South as to what qualifies as grits or not, and I'm staying out of that. While I eat, I contemplate my strategy with Hannah. I could pay a visit to her mom's tomorrow at breakfast. Bring bagels, then take her soaring. That's probably the best laid plan. You're planning to show up at like 5 a.m.? Most people sleep. If you try to wake me at 5 a.m., I'm gonna fucking punch you in the face, and that's me being polite. You do it again, I'm gonna get nasty. And I keep weapons under my pillows. She hasn't been in touch all day, so I guess she's mad. I reread her last message once I finish dinner. Why would you think she's mad? She went there to get away from you. That means not talking to you. Because you mess with her head when she does, and she knows it. So she's trying to get some space from you. That's why she's not talking to you. What the hell has she got against Elena? Well, Elena's a rapist and a pedophile. Gee. She knows nothing about our relationship. What we had happened a long time ago. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It's not that long ago. Because he said he only left being her submissive like when he was like 22. Like what same time he left college. So it's only been what, like 3 years, 4 years? It hasn't been that goddamn long. And she's still in your life, and still she chooses your submissives for you and then physically and mentally grooms them into what you want. So no, she's not out of your life. You still have a very fucked up relationship. What right does Anna have to be mad? And if it wasn't for Elena, God knows what would have happened to me. See, this is what comes from abusive brainwashing. You're nothing without me. You'd have nothing without me. You're no one without me. You'd be dead or in prison without me. That's what Elena does to him, and that's why he does it. And again, if we're going to go to the extreme, if I'm going to be my most forgiving of this garbage, it's that he was raised in an abusive atmosphere and he becomes that 1 in 8 person that rather than identifying as a victim because he won't let himself, he becomes the abuser. And that's all it is. Yes, I'm quoting Spencer Reed from Criminal Minds. What was it? Perfect Storm was the episode? The one with Nikki Acox? Yeah, great episode. Very great episode. Their thing? Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. The green tomatoes are a thing. I've never seen it. Maybe they're just not popular here. There's a knock on the door. It's Taylor. Good evening, sir. Happy with your room? Yes, it's fine. I have the paperwork for the Brunswick Soaring Association here. I scan the hire agreement. It looks fine. I sign and give it back to him. I'll drive myself tomorrow. I'll see you there. Yes, sir. I'll be there from 6. I'll let you know if anything changes. Shall I unpack for you, sir? Yes, please. He nods and takes my suitcase into the bedroom. I'm restless and I need to get what I'm going to say to Anna clear in my head. I glance at my watch. It's 20 past 9. I've left this really late. Perhaps I should have a quick drink first. I leave Taylor to unpack and decide to check out the hotel bar before I speak to Roz again and write to Anna. The rooftop bar is crowded, but I find a seat at the end of the counter and order a beer. It's a hip, contemporary place with moody lighting and a relaxed vibe. I scan the bar, avoiding eye contact with the 2 women sitting next to me. A movement captures my attention. A frustrated flip of glossy mahogany hair that catches and reflects the light. It's Anna. Fuck. What? She just happens to be there? We're supposed to believe that? Are you kidding me? Or is he seeing her everywhere? Is this actually her or not? She's facing away from me, seated opposite a woman who could only be her mother. The resemblance is striking. What are the fucking odds? None. The odds are none. You definitely stalked her here and did it on purpose. And what, is he dissociating his own stalking right now? Because there's no way in hell this is a coincidence. Or, as I said, he's seeing her everywhere and it's not actually her. Okay, I'm not getting notifications on anything tonight. Like, what's going on? Is the internet like halfway down in half the world? Because it's acting like it. And all the gin joints, Jesus. Even I know where that's from, and I haven't even seen that movie. I watched them transfixed. They're drinking cocktails. Cosmopolitans! No! That's my drink! I have to burn this now. By the look of them. Her mother is stunning, like Anna, but older. She looks late 30s, with long dark hair. Okay, I'm sorry, her mother is not in her late 30s if she has a 24-year-old daughter! And eyes that are Anna's shade of blue. She has a bohemian vibe about her. Not someone I'd automatically associate with the golf club set. Oh, that's right. That's right. Anna had told him that, like, the current husband is a member of a golf club or something. Perhaps she's dressed that way because she's out with her young, beautiful daughter. This is priceless. Seize the day, Gray. I fished my phone out of my jeans pocket. It's time to email Anna. This should be interesting. I'll test her mood, and I get to watch. Oh, God, this is going to go so badly. Okay, we're going to draw the last duck. Exactly, right? There's no way. No, absolutely not. All right, we're going to draw the last duck. Incoming duck. Okay, we've only got 3 choices left. I'm not sure how this is going to go, so right now. Okay, eyes closed, reaching. Round and round they go. There's only 3 options left. And we're going to go with this one. Okay. Oh, okay. But the other 2. Okay, what do we got? We got, it's very bumpy. Okay, it's got like little bear ears. Whoa! Sorry. Sorry, duck. Okay, it's got like little bear ears. It's got hair on top and it's very bumpy. It's very, very bumpy. I'm not sure what it is or what it's supposed to be. The only thing that's coming into my head is popcorn. I will take suggestions on what this is supposed to be if you know. Maybe it's supposed to be like feathers, not feathers, but like fur or like fluffy. Maybe it's supposed to be fluffy. I don't know. What do we think? And what are we going to name it? I'll put it next to Jeremy the duck if I can reach. Oh God! Ow! Okay. 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 I think that's pretty good. Okay, we need a name. Oh, I know, right? But also, she could not be in her 30s and have a grown daughter in her mid 20s. That doesn't work. Well, you still get to name it. The only thing I can think of is popcorn duck. And I highly doubt that's what they were actually going for. This has to stop falling off. Stay there. Ow! Got my skin. Ow! Okay, that should stay better, I hope. So now he has successfully stalked her to a bar. You did miss a conversation about fried green tomatoes. I said I don't think they're real. Persnickety says that they are real. And I remain on the fence. And my tie is all messed up. Yeah, it's going down my boobs. My boobs just suck everything in. They're like a void that can't be filled. But yes, Sethail, your opinion: fried green tomatoes, real or fiction? They're real and they're very tasty. I've never seen. Am I gonna have to do this now? Am I gonna have to have fried green tomatoes? It is my birthday coming up in like 2 weeks, and I was thinking of doing like a mukbang kind of like celebration stream. Uh, vodka cran and Chinese being on the menu. I could try and get some green tomatoes and fry them up. You put proof in Discord. Okay, I'm sorry. Discord's not giving me notices. Discord is effed up tonight along with half the internet. Fried green tomatoes are a culinary dish usually found in the United States made from unripe green tomatoes coated with, cornmeal and then fried. Recipes in the early 20th century were mainly published in northeastern United States and midwestern states. They became known as a food of the southern states after they were featured in the film Fried Green Tomatoes. Okay, so nobody knows where it comes from. I know you did. Thank you. See, my thing is I don't like tomatoes in general. But hey, I could. Hey, nah, freaking over stiff wires. Damn it. No, I can't. I gotta go under. Gotta go under. Okay, don't get my skin. Okay, stay. Okay. Okay, I need air conditioning because I look like I'm fucking melting. And get on that because now would be the time. From him to her dinner companions. Yes, I had dinner with Mrs. Robinson. She's just an old friend, Anastasia. Looking forward to seeing you again. I miss you. Her mother looks earnest. Maybe she's concerned for her daughter, or maybe she's trying to extract information from her. Good luck, Mrs. Adams. And for a moment I wonder if they're discussing me, because what else would he possibly think? He's the only thing in the universe. Her mother stands, and it looks like she's visiting the restroom. Anna checks her purse and then pulls out her BlackBerry. Here we go. She begins to read, her shoulders hunched over, her fingers flexing and drumming on the table. She starts tapping furiously at the keys. I can't see her face, which is frustrating, but I don't think she's impressed with what she just read. A moment later, she abandons the phone on the table in what appears to be disgust. That's not good. Her mother returns and signals one of the waiters for another round of drinks. I wonder how many they've had. I check my phone. Sure enough, there's a response. Thank you, Sethel. That's very sweet. What would you like to name Popcorn Duck? Yes, it would serve him right if she turns it off. The whole point is to get away from him, but also she's not doing that either because they've already traded like 20 emails and they haven't stopped talking for more than an hour. So she's not, really taking her space either. Her to him, old dinner companions. She's not just an old friend. Has she found another adolescent boy to sink her teeth into? Did you get too old for her? Is that the reason your relationship finished? It's a fair fucking question. It's a fair fucking question. Um, I'm trying to remember. I think a BlackBerry is a phone. I believe it had like phone capabilities, but it was one of the first ones that like it being a phone was like a secondary function because it was more of a pocket computer. Because I remember Obama had one, and he had to give it up because it couldn't be secured when he became president. The Secret Service basically took it away. I think it works as a phone, or at least they're emailing though. So maybe again, pocket computer, so it works for email. But I don't know if it works for like actually being an actual phone. What the hell? My temper simmers as I read. Well, you wanted to wind her up, didn't you? You succeeded, douchebag. Isaac's in his late 20s. That has changed. Because I'm very sure we were told that Isaac was also like 16, 17 before. Like me. Meaning she's now upgraded to people in his age range. And also confirming that he is not that much older than her. So why does everybody keep freaking out that he's too old for her when they're only like 4 or 5 years apart? How dare she? Is it the drink talking? Time to declare yourself, Gray. Oh, like he wasn't looking for a reason. But no, how dare she call your former flame who is a pedophile? Really? How dare she? Really? You just stalked a woman across the country. Cinemark? Is that what it's called in the States? We can do that. I don't know what else it's supposed to be. If it was white, I'd call it a lamb, but it's not painted. Cinemark will do. We can do that. Okay, I'm officially pouring another drink if I can manage it. Ow! Carefully. There we go. And I didn't overfill it this time. Him to her, careful. This is not something I wish to discuss via email. How many cosmopolitans are you going to drink? None of your fucking business. She studies her phone, sits up suddenly, and looks around the room. Showtime, Gray. I deposit $10 on the counter and saunter over to them. Our eyes meet. She blanches, shocked, I think, and I don't know how she'll greet me. I would throw my drink in your face and walk the fuck out. I said I needed space, and you immediately show up and stalk me? We're done. We're beyond done. Or how I'll contain my temper if she says anything about Elena. She tucks her hair behind her ears. He's gonna wind up like dragging her off for sex or something. I know it. She tucks her hair behind her ears with restless fingers, a sure sign that she's nervous. Hi, she says, her voice strained and high pitched. Hi. I lean down and kiss her on the cheek. She smells amazing, even if she does tense as my lips brush her skin. Take that as a sign that your affection is unwelcome. She looks lovely. She's caught some sun, and she's not wearing a bra. Her breasts are straining against the silky material of her top, but hidden by her long hair. For my eyes only, I hope. God, why do you think? Why? And even though she's mad, I'm glad to see her. I've missed her. Christian, this is my mother, Carla. Anna gestures to her mom. Mrs. Adams, I'm delighted to meet you. Her mom's eyes are all over me. Shit, she's checking me out. Best ignore it, Gray. Of course, the mother is checking him out because he thinks every woman, literally, now I'm sure of it. He literally thinks every single woman is checking him out and or hitting on him, including his love interest's mother, who is magically like 5 years older than her daughter, apparently. That's true. They were. Yeah, they were pretty much the first smartphone. Yeah, I remember PDAs. Who remembers those? Who remembers those pieces of crap that never worked? They were failed technology, but they got better. After a longer than necessary pause, she reaches out to shake my hand. Christian, what are you doing here? Anna asks, her tone accusatory. I came to see you, of course. I'm staying in this hotel. You're staying here? She squeaks. Yes, I can't quite believe it either. Yeah, like you didn't do it on purpose. But we're supposed to believe this is an actual coincidence? I'm goddamn sure that in the first version of this, he did it on purpose and knew exactly where she was going to be. Like, stop retconning shit we can just go back and look up. Like how many husbands the mother has had. Well, yesterday you said you wished I was here. I'm trying to gauge her reaction. So far, there's been nervous fidgeting, tensing, an accusatory tone, and a strained voice. This is not going well. What did you expect? We aim to please, Miss Steele, I add deadpan, hoping to put her in a good mood. It's not gonna happen. Won't you join us for a drink, Christian? Mrs. Adams says graciously and catches the eye of the waiter. I need something stronger than beer. I'll have a gin and tonic, I tell the waiter. Hendrix, if you have it, or Bombay Sapphire. Cucumber with the Hendrix, lime if it's Bombay. And two more Cosmos, please, Anna adds with an anxious look at me. She's right to be anxious. I think she's had enough to drink already. Go fuck yourself. Epically go fuck yourself. Please pull up a chair, Christian. Thank you, Mrs. Adams. I do as she asks and sit down beside Anna. So, you just happen to be staying in the hotel where we're drinking? Anna's tone is tense. Or you just happen to be drinking in the hotel where I'm staying. I just finished dinner, came in and saw you. I was distracted, thinking about your most recent email. I give her a pointed look, and I glance up, and there you are. Quite a coincidence, eh? Yeah, 'cause nobody believes you. Nobody believes you at all because it's bullshit. Hannah looks flustered. My mother and I were shopping this morning and on the beach this afternoon. We decided on a few cocktails this evening. She says hurriedly, as if she has to justify drinking in a bar with her mother. Because she does, because you're such an epic douchebag. Did you buy that top? I ask. She really does look stunning. Her camisole is emerald green. I've made the right choices. Gem colors. For the clothes Caroline Acton has selected for her. Why does Caroline Acton keep getting a last name and she's the only one who does? Like, why is she Caroline Acton and not just Caroline? Everybody else, like Andrea, Roz, they all just are first names. Why does Caroline Acton keep getting a last name? It's weird. Right? Well, I know she certainly didn't, and none of the editors did. Of course, I think highly of you. Anyone who can keep dragons, I certainly admire. The color suits you, and you've caught some sun. You look lovely. Her cheeks color and her lips lift at my compliment. Well, I was going to pay you a visit tomorrow, but here you are. I take her hand because I want to touch her, and give it a gentle squeeze. Slowly I caress her knuckles with my thumb, and her breathing alters. Yes, Anna, feel it. Don't be mad at me. Like he's trying to psychically control her at this point. Not that he pretty much can't do that. Her eyes meet mine, and I'm rewarded with her coy smile. I thought I'd surprise you, but as ever, Anastasia, you surprised me by being here. I don't want to interrupt the time you have with your mother. I'll have a quick drink and then retire. I have work to do. I resist kissing her knuckles. I don't know what she said to her mother about us, if anything. Christian, it's lovely to meet you finally. Anna's spoken very fondly of you, Mrs. Adams says with a charming smile. Okay, that answers that. Yeah, Mom, here's the guy I've known for less than 2 weeks who took my virginity and wants me to have a kinky sex contract where he can beat the shit out of me, sexually abuse me, and then throw me away like garbage when he gets bored. Isn't he great? Really? I glance at Anna, who's blushing. Fondly, eh? This is good news. The waiter places my gin and tonic in front of me. Hendrix, sir. Thank you. He serves Anna and her mother fresh cosmopolitans. How long are you in Georgia, Christian? Her mom asks. Until Friday, Mrs. Adams. Will you have dinner with us tomorrow evening? And please call me Carla. I'd be delighted to, Carla. Excellent, she says. If you two will excuse me, I need to visit the restroom. Didn't she literally just go to the bathroom? Hasn't she just been to the restroom? See? Yes! The mom is doing this on purpose. Yes! That is exactly what the mom does. That is exactly it. Again, this is where the plot of Birthday Girl comes in. And I said this about the Mr. series that, it would have been better if it turned out that Alessia was, sent by the Albanian thugs that were trafficking her to seduce the recently inherited the title and still grieving and out of his mind rich guy and, seduce him, make him fall in love with you and get knocked up as soon as possible to get access to all that money. And isn't that what Anastasia pretty much does? I mean, she gets him to marry her in 5 weeks. Anybody seen the movie Heartbreakers? Sigourney Weaver and Jennifer uh what was her name? Sigourney Weaver and Jennifer Love Hewitt. Yeah, Sigourney Weaver, Jennifer Love Hewitt, and Gene Hackman and Ray Liotta. Great movie, underrated, extremely funny movie. But this is the plot of Heartbreakers meets Birthday Girl. And yeah, how much better if Anastasia is taking after her mother as a gold digger and when she saw that Kate, had this interview with Christian Grey, arranged to get it and dressed down like a kindergartner on her first day of school. The movie said that, not me. And deliberately seduced him into marrying her and knocking her up so she'd be set for life. That would make so much sense. I stand as she leaves and then sit down again to face the wrath of Miss Steele. I take her hand once more. So you're mad at me for having dinner with an old friend. I kiss each knuckle. Yes, she's curt. Is she jealous? Our sexual relationship was over long ago, Anastasia. I don't want anyone but you. Haven't you worked that out yet? I think of her as a child molester, Christian. My scalp tingles in shock. That's very judgmental. It wasn't like that. I release her hand in frustration. No, it was like that. It was that. She was a bored, desperate housewife in her 40s who seduced the 16-year-old. Yes, it was like that. Okay, ow, got my skin. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, stop clipping onto my boob. No, it's true. I know. And again, he marries her. I know I'm never going to get it to stay put. I know. I should have taped it. I even said, I was talking to my English friend earlier about getting changed, and it occurred to me, I'm like, wait a minute, where am I going to clip my headphones in this outfit? And I even said, I'm like, maybe I should get some tape. And then I didn't get the tape. And I should have because, yeah, my boobs are just going to pop everything. Yes, I know, 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 I know. And in his mind, he marries her out of possessiveness because if I marry her, then she can never ever leave me. Ever, 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 because I officially, legally own her. Maybe I did originally have it clipped to the strap. Part of the problem is the wire, this part, the thick wire, is still really stiff from being in the box. And so when I nudge it, it acts like a straight line and unclips it. Because, fun fact, did you know most electronics sit in a warehouse or on a shelf for up to 2 years? for like a minimum of 2 years before they're bought. Uh, oh, how was it then? She snaps, sticking out her stubborn little chin. Is this the drink talking? Yeah, 'cause she has to be drunk to tell you're full of shit. She continues. She took advantage of a vulnerable 15-year-old boy. Oh, we've dialed him down to 15 in this one. If you had been a 15-year-old girl and Mrs. Robinson was a Mr. Robinson tempting you into a BDSM lifestyle, that would have been okay. If it was Mia, say, she knows how to call him out. She's correct. Oh, now she's being ridiculous. No, she's telling you the truth and you don't like it. And like, I was in these kind of relationships when I was way too young. I was exactly that age, and in the I've mentioned once or twice that I went away when I was like, God, how old was I? I was like 13. I was like 13 or 14, and I wound up going to Kitchener for the weekend with a group of BDSM people in which only the guy that I had been having an online relationship with for 6 months, and he knew how old I really was, but I could pass for older. So to everyone else in the group, I was 21, but he knew that I was really 14. And it was an entirely BDSM themed weekend. We went to fetish clubs, we went to concerts, we stayed at his condo for the weekend, and things happened that shouldn't have. So it's not ridiculous. It happens every fucking day. And it still amazes me that I was sitting there smoking a cigarette and drinking a mimosa, first time doing either of those things, because he said that it would make me look more grown up and it would be weird if I wasn't drinking and smoking like everybody else. But of the 8 people in that room, 2 of them knew how old I really was. The other 6 had no idea. So, like, makes me wonder from their point of view. Always question things. You may be in a group situation that not everything is as it appears. And one of the people in those groups was a lawyer, so he could have gotten in real trouble. I don't remember what anybody else did. Still amazed my mom actually let me go, but she was really stupid about internet things. And also, I was able to lie without lying, so she had no clue what kind of weekend it really was. I could have probably spelled it out and she still wouldn't have known. My strap is flipped. Thank you. Oh, come on. Oh, for Christ's sake. Eggs in the US are 2 months old before they hit supermarkets? Wonder if that's true. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Stay. I need crazy glue anyway. I broke broke my phone case. I don't even know how. I just picked it up and there's a piece missing, but I have the piece and we're gonna glue it back together because it's a good phone case. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me that eggs are that old. I have eggs in the fridge that are older than that because I don't eat that much. So I'm glad they keep a long time. But we have like pasteurized eggs, which is different. Or so I'm told. It's also why milk keeps longer here. But I know being Canadian, like having milk in bags confuses the hell out of Americans. But yes, we have milk in bags and it's sold by the liter, okay? That is how we milk. But yeah, I've got nat uh natural, not natural, but it's like Natrella or something. And it'll keep like all month. It's really good. Which is good for me because I don't go through a lot of milk, but I like having it around mostly to make like craft dinner and stuff. But I don't go through it that much. Her eyes flash. She's really angry. Why? This has nothing to do with her. But I don't want a full blown argument here in the bar. I moderate my voice. It is less, excuse me, it is less waste on packaging, right? I think it keeps better. Yeah, you can freeze milk in bags. I don't like that because it always tastes weird when you unfreeze it and then you have to shake it up because it's separated. And yeah, I never like that, but I'm really picky. Okay, it didn't feel like that to me. She was a force for good. What I needed. Good God, I'd probably be dead now if it wasn't for Elena. I'm struggling to control my temper. See, what did I say? What did I fucking say? I said that exact line earlier. I said that's exactly what abusers say. You'd be dead or in jail without me, and that's exactly what Elena did to him. And like, he shouldn't be furious. Her brow furrows. I don't understand. Shut her down, Gray. It's definitely Elena's voice in his head. No question. No question. Anastasia, your mother will be back shortly, and I'm not comfortable talking about this now. Later, maybe. If you don't want me here, I have a plane on standby at Hilton Head. I can go. Like he would actually fucking do that. He would just move to another hotel and stalk her at like slightly more of a distance. Her expression changes to panic. No, don't go. Please, I'm thrilled you're here, she adds quickly. This is out of fucking nowhere. What did he put in the drink? I remind you, they just got served fresh drinks, so what did he put in hers? Because this is completely out of character, and she should be furious at him, now more than ever. She should be telling him, yes, I came here to get away from you. So yes, go. Go home. Thrilled. You could have fooled me. I'm just trying to make you understand, she says. I'm angry that as soon as I left, you had dinner with her. Think about how you are when I get anywhere near Jose. Jose is a good friend. I've never had a sexual relationship with him, whereas you and her. You're jealous? How can I make her realize that Elena and I are friends? She has nothing to be jealous about. Except that's not true because she knows that Elena has designs on him still, which she does. That comes fully out very soon. I don't think it was accidental. But the second series, the Mister series, is definitely Beauty and the Beast, even though she said it was Elena or it was Cinderella. It was very much Beauty and the Beast, and it was about Stockholm syndrome. This, to a degree, is as well. Yeah, no, she has that like going on. Like it fits in with the brainwashing. Oh, I know he might have gotten actual goddamn help, except he fired every therapist that actually tried to make him do the hard stuff and found an idiot he can pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to that will tell him, okay, you can never get any better. You can never change. So you just have to focus on living your life and like achieving your goals and managing your dark, abusive, murderous, serial killer, psychopath tendencies rather than trying to fix them. Yes, that's exactly what. Yes, yes. He didn't like a guy in the first class lounge that he paid for. There was a male masseuse that he paid for. He got jealous of total random stranger, and Anastasia had to reassure him, "Oh, he was totally gay, so don't be jealous." Because he's jealous of any guy even looking at her, even when it's not true, and he's only imagining it, like he imagines that every woman, including her mother, is hitting on him. No, I don't think anything was intentional either. But like, oh, dear God, ugh. Stretch. Stretch, 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 stretch. Stretch, stretch, stretch. I should have stretched before I put these on. I didn't. I may take them off to stretch. I think Kitty's in the sink. Puppy's still under puppy bed. Gee, you think? He's got the biggest double standards in the world. Ugh. Clearly Miss Steele is possessive. No, she's not. And it takes me a moment to realize that I like that. Yes, and angry about what she did to you, she continues. Anastasia, she helped me. That's all I'll say about it. And as for your jealousy, put yourself in my shoes. I haven't had to justify my actions to anyone in the last 7 years. Not one person. I do as I wish, Anastasia. I like my autonomy. I didn't go and see Mrs. Robinson to upset you. I went because every now and then we have dinner. She's a friend and a business partner. I know, right? I know. It's projection because it's all he knows. He doesn't know anything else. So yeah, he's going to assign what he knows to other people. But also I think he wants her to be, because then he's like, "Oh, she wants me. I'm worthy, like, blah blah blah." Her eyes widen. "Oh, didn't I mention that? Why would I mention that? It's nothing to do with her." And again, he's got that attitude of, "I'll do whatever the fuck I want. You don't need to know about it. Don't worry your pretty little head about it. Just feel and think and act the way that I tell you to. Why can't you just do that for me? Why do you have to make me get mad and then I have to hit you to put you back in your place?" "Yes, we're business partners. The sex is over between us. It has been for years." "Why did your relationship end?" "Her husband found out." There's a good reason. Yeah, her husband found out that his wife was banging a child. And that's why it ended. Not for any other reason. And he still calls her Mrs. Lincoln, implying that they are still married, when, if I recall, they are not. Can we talk about this some other time, somewhere more private? I don't think you'll ever convince me she's not some kind of pedophile. Fucking hell, Anna, enough is enough. I don't think of her that way. I never have. Now that's enough. I growl. Did you love her? What? How are you two getting on? Carla is back. Anna forces a smile that makes my stomach churn. Fine, Mom. Did I love Elena? I'm gonna go with no. I take a sip of my drink. I fucking worshipped her. But did I love her? What a ridiculous question. I know nothing about romantic love. That's the hearts and flowers shit she wants. Yeah. The 19th century novels she's read have filled her head with nonsense. See, this is why you can't be letting women read books, and that's why so many states now are banning books and burning them and trying to ban women from reading. And again, they're turning into Gilead, where women can't read. And one of the most infamous makes you want to punch the screen scenes is in season 3 or 4, I can't remember, where a bunch of the higher ups are meeting at Bradley Whitford's house, because he's one of the most influential. He's the architect of Gilead, and he summons Offred, or of Joseph as she is at that moment, uh, and tells her to grab a book off the shelf, literally because he doesn't want to get up out of his chair, and he's showing off to the other like men in the room that I run my household and I know the proper place of women. And even though he knows she can read, obviously because she was raised before Gilead, so she can read, um, she's not allowed to read. So when he says the title and the author of the book, and she just stands there, and he was definitely testing her in that moment to see if she would go and get it, and then he could like accuse her of reading or something. But when she just stands there, he goes on to say, like third shelf, fourth book up, brown cover with yellow letters, and she gets it, and then hands it to him, and he says, like, "See, women do have a use," and dismisses her. And it was because they were having basically a fight, and he wanted to put her in her place, and also he was making a point to her that no matter what you think, this is the world right now. And I have to act my place in it too, because we know that in his own household he doesn't abide by any of Gilead's crap. Like when what's her name? Emily. I forget what her actual name was. Her first night there, because the first night is always ceremony night. So when it's time, she's kneeling in the living room waiting, and he walks by and goes, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "It's ceremony night." And he's like, I'm not doing that with you. Get up and go to your room. And it's like, okay, run. Just run up to your room and hope that. So, but that's our first really big clue. And I had to pause it so many times. But as soon as she walks in and gets left there alone, he walks off and says something to one of the maids, like, she moves something, and he's like, "Don't move my papers. Do I need to beat you?" And you have to like slow it down. I had to crank the volume up to like 300 to hear this. But she backtalks him and says, "Try it, old man." And again, you have to stop it and turn it up to hear it. But it's I know Josh is in Gilead. I know. I died when I saw him, and Elizabeth Moss too, because they're both in West Wing. They're both in West Wing, and listen to Bradley Whitford on the commentaries. But that is your first clue that when you get to his household, it's not a normal household, that he's an eccentric. It's also a mess. There's piles of books everywhere. There's like paintings leaned against the wall. It's like not the typical Gilead household, and that's your first clue. Um, but then he's making a point in that scene of making her get the book of, hey, when these other assholes are here that control the world right now, I have to play my part too. And that's what he's getting through to her. Because she's too wild at that point. She's too rebellious. He's like, you're going to end up dead. That's what he's saying to her. You want to survive? You want to get out? I can help you. But you've got to play your role when others are watching. We all do, even me. Even though I'm one of the leaders of this world, I still have to play my role. And yes, it is Josh. It is Bradley Whitford and Elizabeth Moss, both of whom were in West Wing. And he said on the commentaries that, like, he thinks of her as a child. He played a very big father figure role to her in terms of acting support over the years after the show. Watched her grow up on that show for 8 years. So when I saw him appear in Handmaid's Tale, because I didn't know it was coming, I was like, oh dear God, how is this going to work? Because I know the relationship that they have, and then the dynamics of being in Handmaid's Tale world in Gilead, what was inevitably going to happen, and it does. And they blew a chance to have one of my favorite lines of all time from the book that they missed in the show because they altered one thing, and then they had to leave that line out of, it's an iconic line. They had to leave it out of the scene in season 1, but then there was an opportunity in like season 4 to like put it back, and they missed it, and I was very disappointed. But yes, Josh is behind Gilead. He's the architect of Gilead's economy, and he's the guy who came up with the idea for the colonies. So he's very important. And I'm curious. I know season 6 is out. And it's the final season. I know. And I will strap myself to this chair and make myself watch it. I have issues with closure, okay? That's why I'm putting it off, because it's the last season and I'm unhappy about that. And it makes me sad because it also got rushed and it got interrupted by COVID and so many other things. And it's one of the most amazing shows in the history of ever, and I don't want it to end, so I'm afraid to watch the last season, and I've been dodging spoilers for a week, including thumbnails, because I'm that person that you show me one thumbnail, I can put together the whole episode for you, and I'll be right. So it's really hard for me to avoid spoilers and stuff. I know, right? Bartlett's dead, okay? Let's face it. Bartlett is dead in Gilead world. He'd be one of the first taken out. He's like an incredibly, even though he's Catholic, he's still a very lefty liberal president. Eh. Excuse me. I've had enough. Well, ladies, I shall leave you to your evening. Please put these drinks on my tab. Room number 612. How much do you want to bet it was supposed to be 666? I also pointed out that 612, 12 divided by 2 is 6. So yeah, his room number is kind of 666. That's not accidental. I'll call you in the morning, Anastasia. Until tomorrow, Carla. Oh, it's so nice to hear someone use your full name. Beautiful name for a beautiful girl. I shake Carla's hand, sincere about the compliment, but not the smile on my face. Anna is quiet, imploring me with a look that I ignore. I kiss her cheek. Laters, baby, I murmur in her ear, and then turn and walk through the bar and back down to my room. That girl provokes me like no one has before, 'cause she doesn't take your bullshit. But now she's going to be worried that he's mad, and she's going to go up to his room and try to placate him so he's not furious with her later, because she's nothing but afraid of him, and that's all it is. And this, I just glanced ahead, and this line, I need some more wine. And she's pissed at me. Maybe she has PMS. She said her period was due this week. Yeah, she can only be bitchy with you because it's PMS, you fucking asshole. Like, you fucking asshole. Yeah, like PMS is the only reason she could be pissed off and bitchy at you when you show up uninvited, act like a complete tool, and then defend your abuser to her and refuse to answer questions about your relationship, and then get angry at her for calling your pedophile mistress a pedophile. But persnickety, anytime you want to watch Handmaid's Tale with someone, I will still be your guide. I did hear there's a spin-off show coming and some of the casting's already been announced, so that's giving me some hope. But I have to actually watch season 6 before I can read the second book because it has spoilers. So I had to stop reading it like 3 pages in. But I have it and I desperately want to read it, but I have to watch season 6 first. So that's kind of like a little bit of motivation. But also I need the time. Not that this is a show you can binge watch. Never binge watch Handmaid's Tale. Many YouTubers found that out the hard way. They're like, I had every intention of watching like 5 episodes today. No, I stopped after 1 because that's all you can take of this show because it's that dark and heavy and rips your fucking heart out. And it's like, yeah, it's appropriate. Yeah. One episode a day is really a lot. And I gotta get back into reviewing it. I've only done the first season, like Jesus, and I gotta get up. And and that's what I want my Canadian Girl Reacts channel to be. That's where I want the reacts to be. So I'll probably move the Handmaid's Tale ones over there at some point. I think they're up on this channel actually. I think. I think I reposted my Handmaid's Tale season 1 reacts on this channel. I think. I think I did. Yeah, because I had to deal with copyright bullshit on a couple of them again that I'd already dealt with, but because I was putting them back up because MGM tries to claim them and it's like, go fuck yourself. You shouldn't have anything to do with it anyway. You made an atrocious movie, then your company went bankrupt, but you still had the rights and refused to outright sell them to Hulu because you were like, no, we'll let you spend all the money and make a good show, and we just want a piece of the cut because we technically own it. Well, go fuck yourself. You made an atrocious movie years ago that should not be referenced. Don't ever watch the Handmaid's Tale movie that was made by MGM in like the 80s. Don't do it. It does a severe disservice. Like, watch season 1. Season 1 is the entire book originally. And Margaret Atwood's even in it. The author's in it. She's in the first episode. She's got a hell of a cameo. I recognized her because also she's Canadian, and so I know her. She was signing books in Toronto once, and I wanted to go so bad. It was right when the first season came out. I wanted to go so bad, but I chickened out. I didn't go. I burst into my room, slam the door, and head straight for the balcony. It's warm outside, and I take a deep breath, inhaling the pungent, salty scent of the river. Night has fallen, and the river is inky black, like the sky, like my mood. I didn't even get to discuss gliding tomorrow. I rest my hands on the balcony rail. The lights on the shore and the bridge improve the view, but not my temperament. Why am I defending a relationship that began when Anna was still in 4th grade? It's none of her business. Yes, as it was unconventional, but that's all. I swear they've aged him up in this. Because if he was like 15 and she's in fourth grade, no, because I was in when I was in fourth grade, I was still like 10. So that still puts the age gap at like maximum 5 years. Why are they pretending it's such a big fucking deal? Like, this is stupid. I ran both my hands through my hair. This trip isn't working out how I expected at all. Perhaps it was a mistake to come down here. Doi! Yes! And to think it was Elena who encouraged me to make the trip. Gee, could it be that she had ulterior motives because she wants this to fail because she sees you acting like you might be in love and she wants you to ultimately choose her. So yeah, she wants to destroy this and that's what she's doing. Doi! Alright, we got like 15 pages left. I gotta focus. My phone buzzes and I hope it's Anna. It's Ross. Yes, I snap. Geez, Christian, am I interrupting something? No, sorry, what's up? Calm down, Gray. I thought I'd update you on my conversation with Marco, but if now's a bad time, I'll call back in the morning. No, it's fine. There's a knock on the door. Hang on, Ross. I open it expecting Taylor or someone from housekeeping to do turndown. But it's Anna, standing in the corridor, looking bashful and beautiful. She's here. Like we had any doubt that it would be her. Because again, she had a conversation with her mother, revealed that he's rich, and her mother sent her up to his room and said, "Go jump on him, honey. Try and get knocked up because then it'll pay for your whole life." That was pretty much the conversation with her mother that we saw from her point of view. Opening the door wider, I motioned her in. All the rudimentary packages concluded. I asked Roz without taking my eyes off Anna. Yes. Anna walks into the room, watching me warily, her lips parted and moist, her eyes darkening. What's this? A change of heart? I know that look. It's desire. She wants me. And I want her too. Especially after our spat in the bar. What does it say about your relationship that fighting is your foreplay? And dude, she doesn't want you. She wants to placate you. Because you're mad at her and that makes her terrified of what you're going to do. So she'll come up here and try to give you gentler sex and try to get you to not beat the shit out of her to avoid your anger later or letting it fester. That's the point. That's why she's here. And because her mother told her to ride your dick because you're rich. Why else would she be here? Yeah, she couldn't possibly just want like a conversation or anything. No, it has to be because she's intensely overcome with passionate lust and wants to fuck right here. Yep, that's the only reason she could possibly have come up here. It's the only one. Really, it's the only one. Really. Ugh. And the cost, I question Roz. Nearly 2 million. I whistle through my teeth. That was one expensive mistake. GEH gets to exploit the fiber optic division. She's right. This was one of our goals. And Lucas, I ask? He reacted badly. I opened the minibar and gestured to Anna to help herself. Leaving her there, I stroll into the bedroom. Go fuck yourself! He was bitched at her for ordering a second Cosmo at the bar, possibly her second of the evening, and now he's like, here's the mini bar, help yourself. Really? And it's because he likes her drunk. Because he said so. He openly said it. He's like, you think too much. So yeah, I'm getting you drunk so you won't think so much. And it makes her more pliable and willing to do kinky shit she doesn't want to do during sex. So yeah, he's like, here, have another drink, honey. Even though I was berating you in the bar 5 minutes ago for having another one, now that we're alone, I'm about to fuck you. Yeah, have some more. This is why he's a rapist. It's not the only reason, but it's one of them. I know. Yes, I know. But again, there was a way They should have and could have saved that scene. There is an iconic line from the book that is missing in that scene in the first season because they changed one aspect of that scene. It's appropriate in the show. It makes total sense. I don't blame them for it. It was a choice. But it meant they couldn't do that line, the iconic line, and I missed it very much. And I was very sad about it. But in a later scene with Josh and Zoe, there is a perfect place. Perfect where they could have put that scene in and it would have been so iconic and it would have meant so much more and been perfect and saved that relationship so much. So much. And I don't know why they didn't do it other than I think just nobody thought of it. But in my head canon, that is what really happened. And if you ever watch the show, I will fill in all the details that I just didn't and tell you what it is, but I don't want to spoil because it would be spoiling so much to say anything more than that. But if you ever get there, you will know the scene and ask me what the line is and I will tell you. Again, if you ever want to watch along with somebody, I am there for you 100% as long as it takes because I would love to have a watch along buddy. I would love to record reacts to somebody's like first time seeing Handmaid's Tale. Because again, I've only reacted to season 1, which I could watch all day, every day. I could watch season 1 a million times, and I probably will. But the rest of it as well, I so totally could. But it's probably the show I would most like to react to somebody with, react to it with somebody who's never seen it. Because it's one of those shows that just, it's so good for that. So good for that. So good. What did he do? He threw a fit. In the bathroom, I turned on the faucet to run the water into the huge sunken marble bath and add some scented bath oil. There's room for 6 people in here. Oh, so he's already giving her an opportunity to get naked. The majority of that money is for him, I remind Ross as I check the water temperature. And he has the buyout price for the company. He can always start again. I turn to leave, but as an afterthought I decide to light the various candles that are artfully arranged on the stone bench. Lit candles count as more, don't they? He's not this stupid. I'm sorry, he can be ignorant and naive about romance and love, but he's not stupid about like what counts as it. He wouldn't be saying, maybe I should light the candles, maybe that's romantic, I don't know. No, he's not like that. No way in hell. Stop it. Like either he's a genius billionaire that like made his own fortune or he's a fucking moron. You can't have it both ways. Like, just because something is not your thing doesn't mean you don't know how to do it. I didn't grow up in high society, but I went to a few of those parties, and guess what? I might have been lying my ass off the whole time, but I made sure I fit in and didn't embarrass my friend. And I looked like I belonged there. Yes, I was lying the entire time. It was fun. That was a game we used to play. It was very, very fun. But nobody there would ever know that I didn't grow up going to the same bougie boarding schools and bullshit that she did. This is what made it fun. I turned to leave. Well, he's threatening lawyers, though I don't understand why. We're bulletproof at this. Is that water I hear? Ross asks. Yeah, I'm running a bath. Oh, do you want me to go? No. Anything else? Yes, Fred wants to talk to you. Really? He's gone over Barney's new design. As I wander back into the living room, I acknowledge Barney's design solution for the tablet and ask her to have Andrea send me the revised schematics. Anna has retrieved a bottle of orange juice. Is this your new management style? Not being here? Ross asks. I laugh out loud, but mainly at Anna's choice of beverage. Wise woman. Oh, so you didn't want her to drink, but you were setting her up to do so you could punish her. Gee. When I tell Roz I won't be back in the office until Friday. Are you seriously going to change your mind about Detroit? There's a plot of land here I'm interested in. Is Bill aware of this? Roz is snippy. Yeah, get Bill to call. Will do. Did you get a drink at Did you get a drink with the Savannah people this evening? I tell her I'll be seeing them tomorrow. I'm more conciliatory and mindful of my tone, as this is a hot button for Roz. I want to see what Georgia will offer if we move in. I take a glass off the shelf and hand it to Anna and point to the ice bucket. Who puts ice in orange juice? I've seen people do it, but seriously, why would you ever do that? If their incentives are attractive enough, I continue. I think we should consider it, though I'm not sure about the damned heat here. Anna pours her drink. It's late to be changing your mind on this, Christian, but it might give us some leverage with Detroit, Roz muses. I agree. Detroit has its advantages too, and it's cooler. But there are too many ghosts there for me. Yeah, except this is entirely retcon because, again, he never even knew. In the third one, it's literally news to him that he was ever there. That's how much he didn't know. Now all of a sudden he remembers and he has all these ghosts and it's bad and it's totally retcon bullshit. Get Bill to call. Tomorrow. It's late now and I have a visitor. Not too early, I warn. Ross says goodnight and I hang up. Anna's eyes are with Anna eyes me with reserve as I drink her in. Her lush hair falls over small shoulders, framing her lovely, pensive face. You didn't answer my question, she murmurs. No, I didn't. No, you didn't answer my question, or no, you didn't love her. She's not going to let this go. I lean against the wall and fold my arms so I don't pull her into them. What are you doing here, Anastasia? I just told you. Put her out of her misery, Gray. No, I didn't love her. Her shoulders relax and her face softens. Is that what she wanted to hear? You're quite the green-eyed goddess, Anastasia. Who would have thought? But are you my green-eyed goddess? Are you making fun of me, Mr. Gray? I wouldn't dare, I retort. This is going to turn into sex in about 2 seconds. Oh, I think you would. But I think you do, often. She smirks and sinks perfect teeth into her lip. She's doing that on purpose. Please stop biting your lip. You're in my room. I haven't set eyes on you for nearly 3 days. It was like a day and a half, bitch. It was a fucking day and a half. It was not 3 days. And I've flown a long way to see you. I need to know that we're okay. The only way I can know how. I want to fuck her hard. Yep. Because as long as he's getting sex, as long as she's willing to let me fuck her, even over her objections, then we're fine. I step towards her. My phone buzzes, but I switch it off without checking the caller. Whoever it is can wait. I step towards her. I want you, Anastasia. Now. And you want me. That's why you're here. There we go. 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 It's been too long since I've highlighted something. What are we at? How are we still on 13 pages? It's actually 13. I can't remember what the exact page count is. Let me check. Oh, it's more than that. Oh, fuck me. No, that's not an invitation. I really did want to know, she says. Well, now that you do, are you coming or going? I ask, standing in front of her. Coming, she says, her eyes on mine. Oh, I hope so. I stare down at her, marveling at her as her irises darken. She wants me. You were so mad at me, I whisper. It's still novel dealing with her anger, taking her feelings into account! No! Said the quiet part out loud! So he's just admitted that he has never taken any of his submissives' feelings into account because their feelings don't matter. Because they should just feel the way he tells them to feel, or whatever they're feeling isn't important and doesn't matter, and they just need to behave the way that he tells them to. And it's none of his concern what they feel. Is it any wonder one of them like goes crazy and becomes a murderous ghost? Like, Jesus. Like, really, dealing with her anger and taking, like, really, nobody has ever made him accountable in his entire his whole family. Like, nobody growing up, nobody ever said, hey, Christian, don't punch your brother in the face because that hurts his feelings and you shouldn't do it. And yes, other people have feelings. Really? You know, but again, this reminds me very much of my goddamn family, because my family was like, whatever you were feeling, if it wasn't what they thought you should be feeling, they would be like, no, you don't really feel that way. No, you don't really feel that way. It doesn't really mean that. You can't do that, and blah blah. Like, I've had people in my family, like, I've shown them newspaper articles of things that happened to me. Real newspapers, I'm not kidding. Real newspaper articles that were printed in the paper of things that happened to me in which my name is mentioned, and they're still like, oh, that never happened. And I'm like, it's a fucking court docket. You think what? I made it up? You think I have the power to fabricate months of court records and an entire trial and witness testimony and my testimony? You think I have the power to fabricate all that to try and convince you that I had to testify about a disgusting thing after I was sexually assaulted and that person didn't even go to jail? Which, like, I'm still like, how the fuck did they not go to jail? But I'm also still like, how, when I was waiting outside the courtroom to testify, they were sitting on a bench across from me blowing kisses at me and were able to do so because the idiot female guard that was supposed to be watching them was busy flirting with a lawyer and not guarding her prisoner, who, honestly, he could have just walked out of the courthouse at that point and nobody would have fucking noticed. It was very busy. Pouring an extra big glass. Please don't overflow, don't overflow, don't overflow, don't overflow, don't go over the edge, don't go over the edge, don't go over the edge. Okay, not gonna overflow, not gonna overflow. I think we're good, we're good, okay. Not gonna spill, not gonna spill, not gonna spill. Too much stuff around, not gonna spill. Oh, yes, I know. Have you ever seen a fucking printing press? Because it's a thing here. There's a local newspaper, The Spectator, that's wonderful. And they used to offer middle school and high school students, like, as a field trip to come tour the factory. So we got to see the real printing press, which for me, I'm a nerd. It was really impressive. I really liked it. It was fun. Loud AF. Those machines are, oh my God, loud. Oh my God, loud. Like, we had to put in earplugs, and a lot of us had to be shown, like, how to do that because we didn't know how. And you have to put them in properly or they don't work. Those machines are loud. They're also 4 stories tall. Granted, this is an older paper, so newer ones are probably not. But these ones had the zigzag back and forth of the newsprint, and it was 4 floors tall in this giant open cavern. It was so loud, and it went about a zillion miles a second. And it's where I learned that if you need to wrap stuff when you're moving, go to the newspaper office and ask for the end of the roll, because as soon as they need 40 yards to get through the machine, and as soon as it's less than 40 yards, because they have the giant rolls of paper that are like 20 feet tall, and they put them in and they weigh like 5,000 pounds, and then when it gets down to where it's less than 40 yards, it cuts it and they take it off and put on a new one. And so they still have like 100 yards or something, or less than 100 yards, about 39 yards of clean unprinted newspaper, which is really great for wrapping your stuff, and they have to pay to dispose of it. So if you call them and are just like, can I have the end of the roll for today, and they'll always have like 5 or 6 or more on the weekends, they'll totally give it to you for free. As long as you come pick it up, they'll give it to you for free, because they have to pay to get rid of it otherwise, so they'll totally give it to you for free. And that's every time I've ever moved, I go to the newspaper station and I can get the end of the roll on a Saturday, because the Sunday paper is the biggest one, so that's when they have the most. And so it's free paper and you can wrap your stuff in it, and it's really good. But yeah, we had a great time. That was one of my best field trips ever. Oh, my family is incredibly dumb. Like when we'd been apart for a few years and I came back and told my cousin, who was like a sister to me, my closest one, that, there were nights here and there. At the time it was only intermittent. It was only for a day or so. Um we would be moving around where I slept on a park bench for the night because we didn't have anywhere to live. And I was like 12 or 13. And she just literally looked at me and was like, "That didn't happen. That doesn't happen to anybody. That's not real." So not only is she telling me that what I'm telling her is not real, she's basically saying that homelessness doesn't exist, but she's a spoiled, self centered, quite frankly, stupid, uneducated idiot because her parents never put any emphasis on school. She came home with C's and D's and they were like, "Oh, it doesn't matter. She's pretty." And she is. She's exceptionally stunning. She's a fully stunning, gorgeous woman who could have easily had a career as a supermodel, and she's about as smart as they would come, but for other reasons that didn't happen. But she is exceptionally stunning and gorgeous. And so yeah, and because her family like let her get away with C's and D's, she's stupid. She's really fucking stupid. And she's self-centered and selfish, and she has that conservative brain thinking that unless something happened to her, it's never happened to anyone in the history of ever. This is a person who, when we were like 6 or 7, I remember her asking me what candles were made out of, and I told her wax, and I said like crayons, and she didn't believe me because she didn't believe that candles and crayons were made out of the same thing. And it's more or less that, but her whole life. Like, she doesn't believe, like, there are some very basic goddamn facts of life that she doesn't, like, believe because she doesn't understand them. And by that I mean like gravity. And like if somebody told me now, I haven't spoken to her in over 10 years, but if somebody told me now that she was like a flat earther or a 5,000 year creationist, I'd so believe it because she's exactly the person that's going to fall for that crap. But yeah, my family doesn't believe me about the majority of my life. My family doesn't believe me. Here's the earliest one because I was like 9 when this started. My family doesn't believe me that I am allergic to the foods I am allergic to. Even though I somewhere have a medical alert bracelet, I have a prescription for EpiPen for actually 2 of my allergies, and I've been tested at some of the best clinics in Canada, and I have decades of documented medical history of being tested and reacting and wind up in the ER and all kinds of things for what I'm allergic to. And yet my family, even though pepper is one of the things I'm allergic to, years later when we were like in our teens, my idiot cousins, we were having dinner at a restaurant and they started literally just to make fun of me taking the pepper shaker from the table, turning it upside down so it's pouring it out, and tossing it back and forth to each other across the table so it's going over my plate of food and getting pepper on my food that I then couldn't eat. And they sat there for 2 hours and did nothing but berate me and make fun of me for not eating it because they're like, "You're not really allergic to it. You're just being a drama queen." That's what my mom said. "You're just being dramatic. You just want attention. You're just being dramatic. It's not real." Two of the people at the table also have food allergies. And yet they're claiming mine aren't real while literally poisoning my food. Like, this is why I can never go to my family for more than 3 days at a time because I can't eat around them. I've never had a meal with them since then because I can't trust them. Because I also caught my aunt, when I was a little younger, deliberately putting pepper in my food and trying to hide it because, and when I called her out on it, she was like, "Well, I just wanted to prove to you that you're not really allergic to it. You just think that." What in the actual fuck? This is who I grew up with. And that's the same aunt who, when I was little, like between me and her daughter, because her daughter's the one that's like my sister cousin that I grew up with, like if she had 2 lollipops and one was red and one was blue, and she would ask me which one do I want, and I would pick the red one, she'd say like, "No, I want my daughter to have the red one. You get the blue one." And she did that with everything, everything, every time, and she would play those games all the fucking time. And whenever her spoiled brat daughter did something wrong, including smashing up my room once, and my mom was furious, no, what my idiot aunt would do is punish me for whatever her fucking brat of a daughter would do. And she's like, "Well, you were older. You should have stopped her." We're like 5 and 6. You think she's going to listen to me? And then I'd get punished for whatever her idiot child did. And idiot child would also make up shit. She would make up things and be like, "Oh, she hit me, she punched me," which I never did until we'd been apart for a couple of years and we were like 12 and 14 at this point, and she pulled the same shit. And I was really surprised that at that age she was still pulling the same shit. And my aunt tried to send me to her room to punish me, and I just said, "Okay, if you're gonna punish me, then I'm gonna do it." And I pulled my fist back and I punched my cousin as hard as I could in the arm. I should have punched her in the face, but I punched her in the arm as hard as I could. She immediately started bawling because she's one of those people who can turn on the waterworks at will, and it always worked for her. But you know what she never did? She never accused me of hitting her falsely ever again. Should have punched her when I was a lot younger. But like I said, the three of them, my aunt's kids, they were raised with absolutely, like, literally, my cousin that I'm talking about, she's the one that when she was like 22 had to ask me what the word consequences meant because she didn't know because she never faced any her entire life. She has no idea what accountability is. She has no idea what respect is because she has no respect for anyone or anything. Like, she's the most useless, brain dead person ever. And, like, no wonder she didn't, like, succeed in life and ran into huge amounts of problems when she grew up and had to face the real goddamn world where people yell at you when you fuck up. Like, she wound up being taken to the hospital with a panic attack that was so bad she started having, like, heart rhythms that are alarming and not good in somebody who is 17 because she was working at Zeller's as a cashier. She got trained for like half a day, didn't know what the fuck she was doing. Like, fair play. Didn't know what the fuck she was doing. Was trying to work a cash register with a million buttons, screwed up, and got yelled at by a customer and had such a panic attack she had to be taken to the hospital. It's like, yeah, that's what happens when you raise your kids with no goddamn consequences. She didn't get another job for like over 10 years. 10, almost 20. Almost 20. Because she couldn't deal with the real fucking world where people like yell at you when you fuck up and you're accountable for what you do. You know, she was one of those queen bees at the school. You know, until she wasn't, and that was a hard come down for her, but I'm not going to talk about that because it's not mine to talk about, but she still very much had that mentality of like, why are you yelling at me just because I completely fucked up and I don't know what I'm doing? That would be why. But again, you let somebody come home with like straight D's and you know they're constantly in trouble, but you never hold them accountable. Like again, when we were kids and we'd go to my aunt's for dinner, I would be told to sit at the dinner table and actually eat like, you know, you're supposed to. She would stuff her mouth until it was overflowing and then literally run circles through the house, up and down the stairs and through every room for like 20 minutes and like spit her food out everywhere and make a mess and just run around crazy while I'm sitting at the table calm the whole time with my aunt and her at the time husband. And I'm like, okay, why does she get to run? But if I tried to get up, I'd get immediately yelled at or like smacked on the hand or something. And it's like, yeah, but your own daughter can run around like a fucking psycho banshee, screaming and running around and making a mess. And you don't make her sit at the table and eat dinner, but I have to sit here. Okay, I'm going to get through this chapter if it kills me. It's still novel dealing with her anger, taking her feelings into account. Yes, I don't remember anyone but my family ever being mad at me. I like it. See, now this is where you should say is 50 Shades of fucked up, because that's fucked up. So basically, he associates somebody having the balls to get mad at him with love, more or less. That's why he thinks he loves her. That's why he thinks she loves him. Because who else would have the balls to get mad at him unless they loved him like his family, right? Gently, I touch her face with the tips of my fingers and run them down to her chin. She closes her eyes and angles her cheek to my touch. Leaning down, I run my nose along her naked shoulder, up to her ear, inhaling her sweet scent as desire floods my body. My fingers move to her nape and into her hair. We should talk, she whispers. Later. There's so much I want to say. Me too. I kissed the spot beneath her ear and tug her hair, pulling her head back to expose her throat. My teeth and lips graze her chin and down her neck as my body hums with need. I want you, I whisper, and as I kiss the spot where her pulse beats beneath her skin, she moans and holds my arms. I tense for a moment, but the darkness stays dormant. Are you bleeding? I ask between kisses. She stills. Yes, she says. Do you have cramps? No. Her voice is quiet, yet vehement with embarrassment. Also, if it's like your first day, you so have cramps. I stop kissing her and look down into her eyes. Why is she embarrassed? It's her body. Did you take your pill? Yes, she answers. Good. Let's go have a bath. This is him acting like her taking the pill for what, like 3 days? At this point, maybe 3 days? It is like immediately effective. With any form of pill birth control and even some of the shots and even the implants, they're not effective immediately. It doesn't work like that. Most, if not all of them, take a month, 4 weeks, maybe 5, before they become effective. And your first period when you're on them is usually a fucking bitch. Because your body's going, what the fuck are you doing trying to reorder what I'm doing? And then it's going to put up a fight and you're going to suffer. In the over the top bathroom, I release Anna's hand. The atmosphere is hot and humid, steamy. Steam gently. Why is my phone beeping? Shouldn't be. Steam gently rising above the foam. In this heat, I'm overdressed, my linen shirt and jeans sticking to my skin. Anna watches me, her skin dewy from the humidity. Do you have a hair tie? I ask. Her hair will start clinging to her face. She pulls out an elastic hair tie from her jeans pocket. Put your hair up, I tell her, and watch as she follows my command with quick, efficient grace. Good girl. No more arguing. Now we have need for fire. There's about to be fire. Grab some popcorn and a duck. There's about to be fire. You have 2 ducks left, by the way. You're very lonely. A few strands escape from her ponytail. She looks lovely. I turn off the faucet and, taking her hand, guide her into the other part of the bathroom, where a large gilded mirror hangs over. I'm waiting until I read down. I have to read all the way down the other page before we can do fire, but we'll do fire very momentarily. There's about to be fire. Sinks set. 2 marble sinks set in. Wait, what did it say? Large gilded mirror hangs over 2 sinks set in marble. My eyes on hers in the mirror. I stand behind her and ask her to take off her sandals. Hastily, she removes them and lets them drop to the floor. Lift up your arms, I whisper. Grasping the hem of her pretty top, I peel it off and over her head, freeing her breasts. Reaching around, I undo the top button and the zipper of my jeans. I'm going to have you in the bathroom, Anastasia. Her eyes stray to my mouth and she licks her lips. Under the soft light, her pupils gleam with excitement. Bending down, I drop tender kisses onto her neck, hook my thumbs into the waistband of her jeans, and slowly peel them down over her fine ass, catching her panties in my hands on the way down. Kneeling behind her, I ease them down her legs to her feet. Step out of your jeans, I order. Grabbing the edge of the sink, she obliges. Now she's naked and I'm face to face with her ass. Oh dear God. Ugh. I pop her jeans, panties, and top onto a white stool beneath the sink and contemplate all the things I could do to that ass. I notice a blue string between her legs. Her tampon is still in place. As opposed to what? What, did you think it was going to fall out? So I settle for kissing and nipping her behind gently before standing up. Our eyes connect in the mirror once more, and I splay my hand over her smooth, flat belly. Look at you. You're so beautiful. See how you feel. Her breathing quickens as I take both her hands in mine and spread her fingers on her belly beneath my outstretched hands. Feel how soft your skin is, I whisper. Gently, I guide her hands across her torso in a wide, sweeping circle, then travel them up to her breasts. Feel how full your breasts are. Okay, I can attest the tatas get a little more perky, uppity, and round during certain hormonal things, which is partially why I'm spilling out of this more than I usually would. You know, Yeah, the girls are, up right now. Feel how full your breasts are. I hold her hands beneath her breasts so she's cupping them. Gently I tease her nipples with my thumbs. She moans and bows her back, pressing her breasts into our conjoined hands. Trapping her nipples between my fingers and mine, I gently tug again and again, taking pleasure watching them harden and lengthen my response, like a certain part of my anatomy, because everything goes back to his dick. She closes her eyes and wriggles against me, brushing her behind over my erection. She moans, her head against my shoulder. That's right, baby, I murmur against her neck, enjoying her body coming alive beneath her touch. It says hers, not his. I think it's his. I guide her hands down her front to her hips, and then in towards her pubic hair. I push my leg between hers, and with my foot widen her stance as I guide her hands over her vulva, one hand at a time, over and over, pressing her fingers over her clitoris again and again. We have anatomy problems yet again. Somebody buy E.L. James a couple of Barbies so she can plan this out before she writes it, because it doesn't work like that. She groans, and I watch her writhe against me in the mirror. Lord, she's a goddess. Look at you glow, Anastasia. I kiss and nip her neck and her shoulder, and then I let go, leaving her hanging. She opens her eyes as I step back. Carry on, I tell her, wondering what she'll do. Oh, he wants to watch her jerk off. That, like, masturbate for me, baby. Show off. Put on a show for me. For which I'm going to say, hey, you want to watch me masturbate? We can totally do that. $500. I will send you the link to my webcam. $500. You can watch me masturbate for 15 minutes and then we're done, but you better pay up front. That is my answer to this. I know, right? It doesn't make any sense. Like, her hands moved like weird ways that don't make any sense at all. And yeah, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. She falters for a moment, then rubs herself with one hand, but not nearly as enthusiastically. Oh, now she's masturbating wrong. Even though she told him she doesn't do that, so she doesn't know what she's doing. And he's standing back, like, commanding her to perform. If I didn't elbow him in the face, I'd be throwing, like, the nearest sharp object. I'd be stabbing him with a toothbrush. It'd be, like, you sanctimonious, you sick fuck. And then you want to stand there and tell me to perform for you? Like I said, cash on the dresser and I'll do that. But unless that's the arrangement, get the fuck away from me, you creepy son of a. I mean, what? Oh, this will never do. Quickly, I strip off my sticky shirt, jeans, and underwear, freeing my erection. How many times we had the phrase freeing my erection? This guy walks around perpetually hard, I swear. And also, again, men in the chat, would it not be uncomfortable? Because I think it would. If you had perpetually had a hard on and were walking around in, shall we say, an erect state all the time, would this not be really uncomfortable, if not actually noticeable to other people? Putting that aside, putting aside the noticeability, would it not just physically be uncomfortable? Because I think it would. I mean, I don't know much about penis, okay, I'll admit that. Like, do not think that experience equals experience in this case. I don't know much about dick, okay? But would it not be uncomfortable to walk around with a hard on all the time? Because I think I kind of would. I also remember what Robin Williams said. Persnickety, are you still around? Girl, you know what I'm saying. You know the reference I'm making. Robin Williams. What did he say about men and penis? he said in his live stand up on Broadway that God gave men a brain and a penis and only enough blood to run one at a time. I believe he was correct about this. But again, if any males in the chat want to confirm, please do. She closes her eyes and wiggles against me, brushing her behind over my erection. She moans, her head against my shoulder. Again, how tall is she compared to him? Because she's not that tall. That's right, baby. I murmur against her neck, enjoying her body coming alive beneath her touch. I guide her hands down to the front of her hips, then in towards her pubic hair. I push my leg between hers and with my foot widen her stance as I guide her hands over her vulva, one hand at a time, over and over, pressing her fingers over her clitoris again and again. I'm not even close. I've read it twice now. I still don't know what the actual. She groans and I watch her writhe against me in the mirror. Lord, she's a goddess. Look at how you glow, Anastasia. I kiss and nip her neck and her shoulder, then I let go, leaving her hanging, and she opens her eyes as I step back. Carry on, I tell her, wondering what she'll do. She falters for a moment, then rubs herself with one hand, but not nearly as enthusiastically. Oh, this will never do. I strip off blah, 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 blah. She's freeing my erection. You'd rather I do this? I ask, her eyes blazing at mine in the mirror. Oh, yes, please, she says, a desperate, needy edge to her voice. Maybe because she doesn't know what she's doing and she's trying to please you and you're obviously displeased and she's afraid of your violent, angry temper. Doi? My cock resting in the cliff of her fine, fine ass. I take her hands in mine once more, guiding them over her clitoris one at a time. What the actual fuck? Again and again, pressing, stroking, and arousing her. She whimpers as I suck and nip at her nape, her legs beginning to tremble. Abruptly, I spin her around so she's facing me. I grasp her wrists in one of my hands, holding them behind her back, while I tug on her ponytail with the other, bringing her lips up to mine. I kiss her, consuming her mouth, reveling in the taste of her orange juice and sweet, sweet Anna. Her breathing is harsh like mine, maybe because you're being abusive and violent. But I forgot to burn the thing on the other page, so now we're going to go back one page and play with fire! Okay, somebody dial 9-1. Okay, we're going for right here, and I can barely hold it and not burn myself, but we'll see. Come on. Don't flash at me. Come on. Come on. Oh, that smell is so good. It's so good. Such a good smell. Like, really, why has nobody ever made a fragrance? Yankee Candle, which is not a thing here. We don't have Yankee Candle. But, like, somebody. Oh, my God. That's such a good smell. And seriously, look how much it burns through. And it's like, didn't even, like, really catch on fire. Like, look how much this burns fucking through. This book really is made of flash paper. And yes, I'm aware one of my eyes is doing a twitchy thing. But, I've recently been thinking I've been showing a lot of signs of, like, about to have a stroke. So, if that happens, it's not a surprise. Where were we? Orange juice and blah, blah, blah. When did you start your period, Anastasia? I want to fuck you without a condom. That's in his head. So he's wondering, like, It's not impossible to ovulate while on your period, but usually ovulation took place like a week earlier. It's not impossible to get pregnant while you're on your period. It is just way, 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 way less likely. And it actually is the most common time that an ectopic will occur, which is fatal if left untreated. Yesterday, she breathes. Good. I step back and spin her around. Hold on to the sink, I command, grasping her hips. I lift her and pull her backwards so she's bent over. My hand glides down her ass to the blue string, and I tug out the tampon, which I toss into the toilet. She gasps, shocked, I think, but I grab my cock and slide into her quickly. So not even like, just turn around, he yanks it out and puts it in, and then, yep. And again, this is most likely, depending on how long we think their honeymoon actually is, this is possibly the scene where she gets pregnant. But again, books play with time, so we can't be sure, but it's a possibility. My breath whistles between my teeth. Fuck, she feels good. So good. Skin against skin. I edge back, then sink into her once more, slowly, feeling every precious slick inch of her. She groans and pushes against me. Oh, yes, Anna. She tightens her grip on the marble as I pick up speed, and I grasp her hips, building, then hammering into her, claiming her, possessing her. Don't be jealous, Anna. I only want you. You. Again, this is in his head. If he said half the shit that's in his head out loud, this would be so much more of a healthy relationship. But he doesn't talk. He just bangs badly. My fingers find her clitoris and I tease her, caress her, and stimulate her so that her legs begin to tremble once more. That's right, baby. I murmur, my voice hoarse as I pound into her with a punishing, I own you rhythm. Don't argue with me, don't fight with me. In his head, I'm not making this up. I could not write this more abusively if I tried. Excuse me while I highlight several things. We've still got like 10 goddamn fucking pages. I'm not making promises to get through them, but I'm going to try real hard. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Her legs stiffen as I grind into her and her body starts to quiver. Suddenly she cries out as her orgasm seizes her, taking me with her. Oh, Anna, I breathe as I let go, the world blurring, and I come inside her. Wait, this is arguably where she gets knocked up. Fuck. Oh, baby, will I ever get enough of you? I whisper as I sink onto her. Slowly I descend to the floor, bringing her with me and wrapping my arms around her. She sits, her head against my shoulder, still panting. Sweet Lord, was it ever like this? I kiss her hair and she calms, her eyes closed, her breathing slowly returning to normal as I hold her. We're both sweaty and hot in a humid bathroom, but I don't want to be anywhere else. She shifts. I'm bleeding, she says. It doesn't bother me. I don't want to let her go. I noticed. Her tone is dry. Does it bother you? It shouldn't. It's natural. I've known only one woman who was squeamish about period sex, but I wouldn't take any of that crap from her! Okay, dude, women not wanting to have sex on their period has very little to do with the fact that, yes, you will stain the sheets and she's going to have to clean it up because God knows you're not going to. It has to do with the fact that it's fucking painful, you goddamn sick fuck. I'm having cramps and period fluctuations. Everything's hot and icky down there, and I don't want you to fucking touch me. And I'm bloated, and I feel like I'm gonna puke anyway. And no, I don't want to be fucking bounced on top of and violently fucked while my body's going through that goddamn shit and everything is swollen. Because yes, all the organs down there in the vagina, everything swells up and it's fucking painful and uncomfortable and will make you vomit on the spot. Maybe that's why she doesn't want to have sex on her period. But you wouldn't take that crap from her? I'm taking that as an admission of past rape. I'm taking that as a full-on confession that he raped his past subs who said, I didn't want to have sex on my period. Yes. I'm sorry. I need to know highlight. I'm going to have to buy some more highlighters, okay? To Sharpie. Okay, these are from Grandin Toy. Who remembers Canadians out there? Who remembers Grandin Toy? They've been gone for like 20 goddamn years. I bought these when I was in high school. They still work. Highlighters last forever. But who remembers Grandin Toy? And also, I'm gonna have to buy some more highlighters because this one is not gonna last. That crap from her. Right? And again, this is what E.L. James wrote to defend her creation. She wrote these to defend him. That is her own words. She wrote these to defend him and explain him to the world because she was so angry that people saw him as abusive. And so she wrote these to explain that he's not abusive and he's not a rapist and he's not a murderer and he's not a sadistic fuck and the worst thing ever written in literature that was portrayed as romance. This is her defending him and trying to explain that he really is romantic and kind and caring when we have the lines, I've only known one woman who was squeamish about period sex, but I wouldn't take any of that crap from her. How? There is no other way to interpret that other than he forced her to have sex when she didn't want to. And it was probably very painful and had consequences for him. But again, he fucks them and then puts them in their own bedroom. So if she spent the next 6 hours curled up in bed in excruciating pain and having vomiting and diarrhea and feeling like hell, he wouldn't know about it because he only used them as fuck dolls and then he didn't want to acknowledge they were people. That's why they have their own bedroom where he doesn't have to deal with it. Okay, it's not gonna stay on this strap. I'm gonna try putting it like in the middle. But again, don't get my skin because my tits are overflowing on this. I'm only a little bit hormonal now. God, if I was at the height of being hormonal, there's no way I'd be even able to wear this. Not at all. Anna peers up at me with clear blue eyes. Good, let's have a bath. I free her, and her brows knit for a moment while she stares at my chest. Her rosy face loses some of its color, and clouded eyes meet mine. What is it? I asked her, alarmed by her expression. Your scars. They're not from chicken pox. No, they're not. My tone is arctic. I do not want to talk about this. Where is this coming from? Where? This is out of nowhere? Excuse me. Standing, I hold my hand out to her and pull her to her feet. Her eyes are wide with horror. It'll be pity next. Don't look at me like that, I warn and release her hand. I don't want your fucking pity, Anna. Don't go there. She studies her hand, subtly chastised, I hope. Did she do that? Her voice is almost inaudible. I scowl at her, saying nothing as I try to contain my sudden rage. My silence compels her to look at me. She, I snarl. Mrs. Robinson. Anna pales at my tone. Well, how about you not be a douchebag and just say, no, she didn't, but I don't want to talk about it. Let's go to bed. Like, dude, you can respond like a human being. But no, he's going to respond like a violent rage monster. If she winds up going down on him, I swear to God. She's not an animal, Anastasia. Of course she didn't. I don't understand why you feel you have to demonize her. Okay, I've known plenty of people for whom being burned with a cigarette is part of their kink. Don't kink shame. She bows her head to avoid eye contact, walks briskly past me, and steps into the bath, sinking into the foam so I could no longer see her body. Looking up at me, her face contrite and open, she says, I just wonder what you would be like if you hadn't met her. If she hadn't introduced you to your, lifestyle. She's not wrong. She's not wrong about this. Damn it, we're back to Elena. I stalk towards the tub, slip into the water, and sit on the underwater shelf out of her reach. She watches me, waiting for an answer. The silence between us swells until all I can hear is the blood pumping through my ears. In other words, he's enraged and doesn't know what to do about it. She regards me warily, and I think she's pushed me to my limit. Are you done? I ask. For now. Thank God for that. She wasn't lying when she told me there was much she wanted to say, but we're not talking about what I want to talk about. I need to know where we stand, if our arrangement has a chance. Seize the day, Greg. This is so Elena's voice in his head. Right, my turn. You haven't responded to my email. She tucks her hair behind her ear and then shakes her head. I was going to respond, but now you're here. You'd rather I wasn't? I hold my breath. No, I'm pleased, she says. Good. I'm pleased I'm here too, in spite of your interrogation. So, while it's acceptable to grill me, you think you can claim some kind of diplomatic immunity just because I've flown all this way to see you. I'm not buying it, Miss Steele. I want to know how you feel. Like you're fucking, and again, where you have no goddamn. Her brows knit together. I told you, I'm pleased you're here. Thank you for coming all this way. She sounds sincere. It's my pleasure. I lean down and kiss her, and she opens like a flower, offering and wanting more. Oh, yeah, because all he has to do is kiss her, and she's like, yeah, take me, baby. In the bathtub, which has, like, oils and shit in it, which is the worst place to have sex, because that's how you get infections. Like, don't do it underwater. That was one of the first things I learned. Don't do it in water. I pull back. No, I want some answers first before we do any more. She sighs, her wary look returning. What do you want to know? Well, how would you feel about our would-be arrangement for starters? She makes a Mao Moue. If this is a real word, somebody please tell me and tell me what the fuck it means, because she obviously grabbed a thesaurus and this is a dumbass word. But Moue with her mouth. What in the actual fuck? As if her response will be unpalatable. Oh dear. I don't think I can do it for an extended period of time. A whole weekend being someone I'm not. She looks down away from me. That's not a no! What's more, I think she's right. So she just said, I don't think I can pretend to be your submissive whore for an entire weekend. Like maybe a couple hours here or there, but not for a whole weekend because it's so against my personality and my temperament and what I want. And his thought is, well, she's not saying no. Like, do we need these chapters? I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't expecting this in these chapters. But this chapter spells out his cult leader brainwashing bullshit more clearly than any of the others ever have. Like, hearing his internal monologue, he will not take no for an answer no matter what. Like, it's just so goddamn fucking clear. Grasping her chin, I tilt her head up so I can see her eyes. No, I don't think you could either. Are you laughing at me? Yes, but in a good way. I kiss her. You're not a great submissive. Her mouth drops open. Is she feigning offense? And then she laughs, a sweet, infectious laugh, and I know she's not offended. Maybe I don't have a good teacher. Correct! Because he doesn't want a submissive, he wants a slave, and I mean a literal slave, not a sex slave, not a BDSM slave, he wants a slave. Good point, well made, Miss Steele. So he knows. Again, that is him acknowledging he knows. He knows. I laugh too. Maybe. Perhaps I should be stricter with you. I search her face. Was it that bad when I spanked you the first time? No, not really, she says, her cheeks flushing a little. It's more the idea of it, I ask, pressing her further. I suppose. Feeling pleasure when one isn't supposed to. Okay, that makes me wonder where that comes from in her head. Because she was the naive virgin who doesn't know shit about fuck. So why does she have any notion of what she should or should not feel pleasure about? Like who is in her head? And again, her mother's been married 5 times, usually for like less than a year at a stretch. So who knows what she grew up with? Like if it came out that she was molested like as a child by more than one husband, again, that would make her character make a lot more sense. Yeah, I meant to look up what was going on with the Mister films because they're probably filming right now, and I forgot to look it up. Next week I'll try to look it up. I remember feeling the same. Takes a while to get your head around it. We're finally having the discussion. You can always use the safe word, Anastasia, don't forget that. As long as you follow the rules, which fulfill a deep need in me for control and to keep you safe, then perhaps we'll find a way forward. So do everything I say, follow my bullshit rules, and maybe I won't beat the shit out of you. Why do you need to control me? Because it satisfies a need in me that wasn't met in my formative years. That's the biggest load of bullshit ever. So it's some form of therapy. I've not thought of it like that, but yes, I suppose it is. No, it's not. You're a sadistic fuck, and that's what it is. It's not therapy. It's sadism, and you're a serial killer. Again, prove to me that I'm wrong, that like at least 11 of his former subs aren't dead and buried, and Taylor knows where the bodies are. Because we all know that's the truth. She nods. But here's the thing. One moment you say, don't defy me. The next you say you like to be challenged. That's a very fine line to tread successfully. Okay, again, she's right. She's right, because what he wants is to punish them. He wants to beat the shit out of them. And the only way he can do that is if they transgress. So, yeah, he makes ridiculous rules that nobody could follow so that he has an excuse to punish them. That's the fucking point, because he's not a real Dom. He's just a goddamn sadist with an elaborate plan. I can see that, but you seem to be doing fine so far. But at what personal cost? I'm tied up in knots here. I like you tied up in knots. That's not what I meant. She dashes her hand through the water, soaking me. Did you just splash me? I would have drowned him at this point. And I mean it. I would have held his head under the water until he could no longer breathe and his heart stopped beating and he died. That's what I mean. Yes, she says. Oh, Miss Steele, they're gonna go for it again. We've got like 5 pages left. Let's see. One, two, three, 4, 5, like 5.5. Oh God. 2 more ducks left. 5 pages. Yes, she says. Oh, Miss Steele. I wrap my arms around her waist and tug her onto my lap, splashing water onto the floor once again. I think we've done enough talking for now. They're gonna bang. He's gonna. Is this where the he drowns her blowjob scene got moved to? I hold her head between my hands and kiss her, my tongue teasing her lips apart, then delving into her mouth, dominating her. She runs her fingers through my hair, returning my kiss, twisting her tongue around mine, angling her head with one hand. Excuse me, I shift her with the, wait, what? Angling her head with one hand, I shift her with the other so she's astride me. How big is this bathtub? Yes, she breathes, and I slowly lower her onto me, watching her expression as I feel her. She's gonna get a fucking infection. Don't do this. She moans and closes her eyes, thrusting her breast forward into my face. Oh, sweet Jesus. I flex my hips, lifting her, burying myself even deeper inside her, and lean forward so our foreheads are touching. She feels so good. Please let my hands go, she whispers. I open my eyes and see her mouth open as she drags air into her lungs. Don't touch me, I plead, and release her hands to grasp her hips. She grasps the edge of the bath and slowly starts to take me. Up, then down. Oh, so slowly. As a woman, this would be not at all pleasurable for her, and no. She opens her eyes to find mine on her face, watching her, riding me. Leaning down, she kisses me, her tongue invading my mouth. I close my eyes, reveling in the sensation. Oh, yes, Anna. Her fingers are in my hair, tugging and pulling as she leaves kisses on me, her wet tongue entwining with mine as she moves. I hold her hips and start lifting her higher and faster, vaguely aware that water is cascading out of the bath. That's gonna leak into the room below you. But I don't care. I want her. Like this. This beautiful woman who moans into my mouth. Up, down, over and over. Giving herself to me. Taking me. Ah, the pleasure catches in her throat. That's right, baby, I whisper as she quickens around me and then cries out as she explodes into her orgasm. Okay, this girl is like fucking Clover Busey syndrome, I swear to God. I wrap my arms around her, embracing her, holding her tightly, and I lose myself and come inside her, still can't spell come. Anna, baby, I cry, and I know I never want to let her go. Oh, is this, we're supposed to believe this is when he decides to propose? She kisses my ear. That was, she breathes. Yeah. Holding her arms, I urge her back so I can study her. She looks sleepy and sated, and I imagine I must look the same. Thank you, I whisper. She looks confused. For not touching me, I clarify. Her face softens and she raises her hand. I tense, but she shakes her head and traces my lips with her finger. You said it's a hard limit. I understand. And she leans forward and kisses me. The unfamiliar feeling surfaces, swelling in my chest, unnamed and dangerous. Let's get you to bed, unless you have to go home. I'm alarmed at where my emotions are going. I has some. I hear a puppy. No, I don't have to go. Yeah, 'cause your mother sent you up here to get pregnant. Like literally, again, the plot of Birthday Girl and like just any like gold digging whore. Her mother sent her up here to get pregnant. Because now's a good time to do it. I mean, the odds aren't the best, but he's not going to use a condom while she's pregnant, so while she's on her period. So yeah. And again, if you do the math, this is quite possibly where she gets pregnant. Good. Stay. I stand her up and climb out of the bath to fetch us both towels and dismiss my unsettling feelings. I wrap her in a towel, drape one around my waist, and drop another on the floor in a vain attempt to clean up the water sloshed all over the floor. Anna wanders to the sinks as I drain the bath. Well, that was an interesting evening. And she's right. It was a good talk, though I'm not sure we've resolved anything. She's brushing her teeth with my toothbrush when I walk through the bathroom into the bedroom. It makes me smile. I pick up my phone and see the missed call was from Taylor. I text him. Nope, we're on the last. Wait, nope, I skipped a page. I was like, wait a minute. Nope, nope, the numbers don't match. I skipped a page. I'm sorry. Everything okay. I'll be leaving to go gliding at 6 a.m. The puppy wants up and I can't cuddle him with the cuffs on. He responds immediately. That's why I was calling. Weather looks good. I'll see you there. Good night, sir. I'm taking. Okay. One cuff is also really hurting me, like it might be cutting me, so I'm taking one cuff off and cuddling a puppy for the last page. Oh, come here, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know he doesn't like it when I have these on. It bothers him. Also, I'm going to close that so it doesn't catch on things. Come here. It's okay. Yes, okay. Sometimes he needs a belly rub to encourage him. But it's okay. Come on. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Come on. It's okay. Okay. Let me control your paws. I need to make sure you're not pulling on anything. Here's a puppy. Everyone love a puppy. Yes, you can lick my face. I'm almost done. You can take all my makeup off. You know, I worry about how much makeup he eats and that he pushed the button, but he didn't. I'm moving it over here. It doesn't fit, but I'm moving it out of the way. Isn't he a good boy? Everyone say he's a good boy. Put puppies in the chat. Look at the good boy. Look at the good boy. Look at him. He's so cute. Isn't he just so cute? Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get your foot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get your foot. Okay. I'm sorry. You have too many feet. Okay. I'm sorry. You have a lot of feet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You have a lot of feet. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. I love you. I love you, good boy. Yes, I love you. And everybody in the chat loves you. And you're a good boy. And you're a good boy. Yes, you are. Yeah, give you a good scratch. Oh, you go baby. You're a tickle baby. You're a tickle baby. Oh, I love you so much. Oh, I love you so much. Yes, I love you so much. Yes, I love you so much. You're such a good baby. You baby, I love you so much. I love you so much. Okay, everybody say hi to puppy. Come on, look at him. Look at him. Look at what a good boy is. Look at what a good puppy this is. Look at him. Ain't he a good boy? Yeah, ain't he a good boy? Yeah, he's so cuddly. Ah, he's a good puppy, isn't he? Yeah, look, that's a good boy. Yeah, yeah. You go, baby. Look at the puppy. Look how good he is. He's so good. Okay, like 3 pages left, and then I promise I'll give you lots of cuddles, okay? I'll give you lots of cuddles and rub your belly. Okay? Okay, I promise. I promise, okay? Okay? Good baby? I love you so much. Oh, he's such a good boy. Love on a good boy. Okay, love on a fur baby. It's the best thing you can do every day. Love on a fur baby. They are the best things in the whole universe. Aren't you? You are so good. You're so good. He's trying to tell me to go to bed because usually I'd be going to bed about now. So he's like, excuse me, you are late for the cuddling me in bed part, which, cuddling me here, I'll buy you a few minutes, but I know where I'm supposed to be cuddled this time of night. Right? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Daylight savings time screws with him so much. I know it throws off your whole puppy sense of time. And you have a scratch in your ear. You've been fighting with the kitty again? You didn't catch us, so it doesn't count. That's the official word between the two of them. They both agree on this. Unless I catch them doing it and yell at them, I can't yell at them for the injuries I find on them later. Because you didn't catch us while we were doing it. So, can't be mad at us later, Mommy. That is the rules. And they're right about that. It doesn't mean I don't know. I still know that you two are fighting. And you should be trying to get along, okay? Can you just be nice to each other? He says no. Okay, I'm gonna put you down now and finish the book, okay? Okay. You hold down your pillow, and I'll cuddle you in bed in a minute, okay? And I'll give you lots of belly rubs and snuggle cuddles, okay? Yeah, I'm gonna make mac and cheese, which means cheese. Maybe I'll even give you some cheese, okay? It's one of the words he knows. Cheese is the word he knows because it's an important word. So he knows the word cheese. Okay? So if you're a good boy, you might get some cheese. Okay? So be a good boy. Yeah, be a good boy. Okay? Go on your pillow. That's a good boy. Go on your pillow. Okay. I really can't hold him with both cups on. It's impossible. And it scares him, and it just the way he wiggles, it's not safe, so I have to take one of them off. to cuddle him. I'm taking Miss Steele soaring. My delight bubbles up into a broad grin and widens when she comes out of the bathroom wrapped in the towel. I need my purse, she says, looking a little shy. I think you left it in the living room. She scampers off to fetch it, and I brush my teeth, knowing that the toothbrush has just been in her mouth. Ew. I'm sorry, call to the front desk and get another toothbrush. In the bedroom, I discard the towel, pull back the sheets, and lie down, waiting for Anna. She's disappeared into the bathroom again and closed the door. Moments later, she returns. She drops her towel and lies down beside me, naked except for a shy smile. We lie in bed facing each other, hugging our pillows. Do you want to sleep? I ask. I know we have to get up early, and it's nearly 11. No, I'm not tired, she says, her eyes shining. What do you want to do? More sex? In his head. Because of course that's all he wants. Talk. More talking. Oh, Lord. I smile, resigned. About what? Stuff. What stuff? You. What about me? What's your favorite film? I like her quick fire questions. Today it's The Piano. I haven't seen that, but I know it as Adrian Brody, I believe. She beams back at me. Of course. Silly me. Such a sad, exciting score, which no doubt you can play. So many accomplishments, Mr. Gray. And the greatest one is you, Miss Steele. Her grin broadens. So I'm number 17? 17. The number of women you, had sex with. Oh shit. Not exactly. Her smile vanishes. You said 15. I was referring to the number of women in my playroom. I thought that's what you meant. You didn't ask me how many women I had sex with. Oh. Her eyes widen. Vanilla? She asks. No. You are my one vanilla conquest. And for some strange reason, I feel insanely pleased with myself. I can't give you a number. I didn't put notches on the bedpost or anything. What are we talking? Tens? Hundreds? Thousands? Tens. We're in the tens, for pity's sake. I feign outrage. So we had like a I will fuck anything slut period, but always managed to. All submissives? Yes. Stop grinning at me, she says hoidily, trying and failing to stifle hers. I can't. You're funny. And I feel a little lightheaded as we beam at each other. Funny peculiar or funny haha? A bit of both, I think. It's damn cheeky coming from you, she says. I kiss her nose to prepare her. This will shock you, Anastasia. Ready? Her eyes are wide and eager and full of delight. Tell her. All submissives in training. When I was in training. There are places in and around Seattle that one can go and practice. Learn to do what I do. Yeah? Oh, she exclaims. Yep, I've paid for sex, Anastasia. Okay, so what was all your crap about her not feeling like a whore when you paid for sex? Only you say, I went to a dungeon and paid for training with training in how to be a dom with other submissive. No doubt Elena was right next to him. And like, dude, you're still paying for sex. That still makes her to some degree a whore. Again, I am a whore. I don't have a problem with it. It's a profession. It's the world's oldest profession. It should be legal everywhere on the planet. Just because it's not doesn't make it not a profession. And just because you're going to a dungeon and paying a submissive doesn't make her not a whore or you not a John or any of the rest. It's all variations on a theme. You can call it whatever you want mentally and do whatever mental acrobatics you need to like still be a Catholic priest on a Sunday, which a lot of them are, and like it still comes down to the most basic of basics. You're paying for sex, you just dress it up a little. That's all it is. Again, Lady Heather explains this to Gil Grissom in their first episode together when she's like, we don't do anything different than like men and women have done since the dawn of time. I just add an element of theater. And that's the truth. That's nothing to be proud of, she scolds me. And you're right, I'm deeply shocked and cross that I couldn't shock you. Okay, don't judge. Like, now I'm against her. Don't fucking judge. You wore my underwear. Did that shock you? Yes. You didn't wear panties to meet my parents. Her delight is restored. Did that shock you? Yes. When did she wear his underwear when they were meeting his parents? She wore no underwear. That was the fucking point. And again, in the original book, they had it out about this because he had her panties in his pocket and made her like ask for them back and she refused. And therefore she was wearing no panties. And that's why he tried to finger her. But now he is saying that she was wearing his underwear at the meeting with his parents. That didn't happen. It seems I can only shock you in the underwear department. You told me you were a virgin. That's the biggest shock I've ever had. Yes, your face was a picture, a Kodak moment. She giggles and her face lights up. Kodak went bankrupt like over a decade and a half before this book was written, and I have reasons that I know that, but I'm right. Let me work you over with a riding crop. I'm grinning like the fucking Cheshire cat. When have I ever stretched out naked beside a woman and just talked? Did that shock you? Yep. Well, I may let you do it again. Oh, I hope so, Miss Steele. This weekend. Okay, she says. Okay? Yes, I'll go to the Red Room of Pain again. You say my name. That shocks you? The fact that I like it shocks me. Christian, she whispers, and the sound of my name from her lips spreads a warmth through my body. Oh, God. Like, literally, like, you didn't even let any of your submissive call you by her name. It was always Master. Fucking douchebag. He gets more of a douchebag tool like every line. I want to do something tomorrow. What? A surprise. For you. She yawns. Enough. She's tired. Am I boring you, Miss Steele? Never. She confesses. How is that a confession? I lean across and give her a quick kiss. Sleep, I order, and switch off the bedside light. And a few moments later, I hear her even breathing. She's fast asleep. I pull a sheet over her, roll onto my back, and stare up at the whirring ceiling fan. Well, talking isn't so bad. You didn't talk. Today worked out after all. Thank you, Elena. And with a sated smile, I close my eyes. Oh, so he's giving Elena credit that this worked out, even though, like, this did not. In any fucking way, this did not. End of chapter. Give me back my bookmark that fell out. I'm gonna need it. Ow. Okay. So, we got through what I intended to do. We got 4 more ducks. We still have 2 left. Still have 2 very lonely ducks in their bag. But I'm sure they will join their brethren on the stage. I will look into getting more ducks, or we will simply recycle these and draw them again with new names. That's also a possibility. I don't know yet. But thank you everyone for being here. It's been a very long, and not as drunk as I wanted to be tonight. I gotta get some vodka. For my birthday, I need some vodka. Okay? It's my birthday. It's once a year. I want some fucking vodka crayon and some Chinese mukbang, and that is what I want for my birthday. And maybe we'll stream a movie or something. Hand that rocks the cradle. Maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I got 2 weeks. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out something. I hope so. Anyone who has suggestions, please put them in the Discord. I'm open to suggestions for what to do for my birthday live stream. We'll figure something out. But until then, I hope everyone had a very good time. I hope you enjoyed my outfit and all of this and everything else tonight. And please have a very good Easter weekend. I hope everyone's got something to do. Take care of yourself. Love you all. Please come back next week. I'll see you soon. Like, comment, and subscribe. And until next week, love on yourself and love on a fur baby. I've been Insane Lane. This has been Book Club. Bye-bye.